Ooh, well. Welcome to Project Bodybuilding. Here to bring you, what do we call this? I got to be careful how I word this, and we'll get into it with my rant. But this is a Tampa watch along, except I won't technically be watching. I won't be watching the show, and we'll get into it. Um, it's been what an authority this guy is. It's just true. Where will Colossus Ken place? Fourth or fifth? I have him in fourth. That's like my dark horse pick. That's who I had. Also, I'll get to all this in my rant. We'll wait for a few more people to come in here. I have to keep the banner up because I'm living my life in fear because bodybuilding is such a poorly run sport where everyone is just trying to backstab and like nickel and dime each other. So, what's up, Ben? What's up, Todd? Dylan's got I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm gonna let a few more people get in here. I have to start with a rant. Make sure you hit the like button. Let me get my predictions on the screen as well. Hold on. Let me. I made them in a Google slide last night. I know, real, real groundbreaking stuff we have over here. Let's see. I'll just copy this slide, and we'll paste it like at the top. Why not? Why not? Okay. And then for the background, I have to make it white. Perfect. Couldn't be better. Could not be better. Now it's perfect. All right. So we'll let a few more people get in here. Like the stream. I got to start with my rant. The Battle of the Small Wastes. Oh, wait. Yeah. Thoughts on the horrid background? Bro, it's the IFBB in 2026. What did you expect? What did you expect? I mean, it's just, let's see. Where do I even start? Do I start with Tampa? Because I have some other news I want to bring up in regards to the Mr. Olympia contest. Let me make sure my mic is the correct one. I don't know why it uses my MacBook. Okay, that should sound better. I'm sorry. Sorry if it didn't sound as good as before. Now it should sound a lot better. NABA becoming irrelevant was such a seminal event. No competition resulted in the IFBB degrading. You're right, because they basically have a monopoly. We have a monopoly within a monopoly. So the IFBB has a monopoly on pro bodybuilding. There's a lot of natural and very amateur level. Even though they do have their own pro side of things, like there's the OCB. There's like a couple of natural, like WABA, I think it is, not NABA, but I think it's like WABA, World Amateur Bodybuilding Association or something like that. But other than that, I mean, let's be real. It's just like there are just no real competitions in regards to pro leagues and just the prestige that the IFBB Pro League has. So, and then one family pretty much decides who lives and dies in this sport, being the Manions at this point. And, you'll have a couple of other facets, it's like, it's run like the mob, the actual mafia. But yeah, I agree. Competition in a lot of ways usually makes things better. And I think it would, yeah. But the IFBB can basically just do whatever they want. And it's just appealing to the lowest common denominator now. Tampa looks like a Monopoly jungle themed background, which isn't good. Yeah. I'm here live, front row, epic. The IFBB Elite is the closest competitor, and the winners there just move over to the IFBB when people say they should. Yeah, and then like it's very region locked. Like the IFBB Elite is more of a Europe thing, so they're not that big anywhere else, at least to my knowledge. So again, and the IFBB could easily crush them if they wanted to. They could just have more Europe shows, which I assume we'll see. But what if Joe comes out of shape? Then it's probably James in second. And yeah, the Manions, aka the Small Waste Brigade. 2026 season wasn't nearly as good as 2025. We had Pittsburgh last year. Bro, this season is literally awful. It's awful. Because it was a large season. You had a lot of shows at the end of the 2025 calendar year that would qualify you for 2026. So everyone, and also like the bench isn't that deep. Now, the top 10 guys around are very good, but other than that, you don't have people that can really populate these other pro shows at like a high level once the other guys get qualified. So with, Hottie, Derek, and everyone is winning Olympias now. So, Derek, Hottie, Samson, even like a now B tier guy like Brandon doesn't have to compete. He did, but he doesn't have to compete. There's no stakes involved, even when he does step on stage, because he's already going to be at the Olympia. So you had so many guys before we even left the 2025 calendar year qualified for 2026. And then think about the two biggest shows of the year so far, New York and Pittsburgh, both of which were won by people that already qualified. Tonio already qualified, I think, twice by the time he got to New York. And Kriesel was already qualified from a 2025 show that qualified him for 2026. You just have too many shows. You need to start tiering them in a way that either, you have some shows send you directly to the Olympia. Other shows, you may need to win 2. Other shows are only going to be points or something. Like, there are so many other ways to skin this cat, and they just happen to pick the worst one. They're using a butter knife to do it, basically. Like, the way they have it, it's just awful. It's just boring, it's redundant, and there's just no point. Like, there's no stakes to any of it. It's very, very boring. I love Nick Walker, slutty ways. All right. Do you think we'll get the flag football division? Well, the Tampa Pro hasn't started yet, and I'm not going to be showing any of the stream because that is highly illegal. I won't be doing that. That would be crazy. I didn't even buy the stream because it was $40, and like, based on what other people said about the stream, I'm not going to give my money to people that don't deserve it, even if it's just $40. Doesn't matter to me. Does not matter to me at all. Anyway, I want to talk about something that was brought to my attention just before this. So here's a little, oh my God, you guys aren't going to believe this. This is real. This is from the Olympia page. At this year's Mr. Olympia, we will have flag football as like one of the expo events. Why? And I get it. Maybe there's probably like no money in this, right? Pause. I mean, that's just true. There's just no money in this, bro. There's going to be no like prize money for this. It's not a competition. It's just like an activity at the expo from, what, I don't know. I don't give a shit that much, to be honest, about. I care more that, we're still going to have bad lighting, bad stage production. The show's going to be ran terribly. It's going to be late. The bodybuilders are going to get treated like crap. Why all these things? And the Olympia's priorities are everywhere else. Are we serious? Are we serious, bro? What the hell is flag football? There's no tackling, if I'm not mistaken. And, like kids play flag football because, you can't have them tackling each other. So, like, if you catch their flag, that counts as a tackle, basically, from what I understand. I just joined the stream one. It says, this is real. This is real. The Tampa Pro hasn't started yet, so we're talking about some other things. But basically, we're going to have a flag football event. I know everyone is very excited about the cheerleading that's going to be happening at the Olympia Expo, but I think there's going to be a lot of takers in that flag football event. What do you guys think? Agree with your critique of the Olympia. They deserve to fail, to be honest. They deserve to fail. I'm not going to buy the stream this year. To each their own. If you want to do that, I'm not going to promote a boycott or anything. I think that's lame. But, I mean, I personally will not be giving my money to the people that don't deserve it. Whether that's $40 for the Tampa Pro or like $100 for the Olympia because they overcharge. Just give me a signal. Wink, wink. Morning. Liked and shared. Oh, good morning, Natalia Coelho. Miss Coelho. I don't know. All due respect. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see things like, I think the Arnold's Expo is just better. Like, I think things like powerlifting. They have like 5 different types of powerlifting, from like the animal cage to like a powerlifting meet from whatever official federation. There's a strongman event, which is kind of like its own separate thing. Like the Arnold strongman event has taken on a life of its own, but there's also like arm wrestling and things like that. More macho sports. But I mean, like that is your demographic. All I'm saying is I think that probably works better than flag football or cheerleading or whatever. But the Olympia is trying to be this expo. This it's trying to be everything to everybody. They want to be like a big hub for all types of sports. Flag football, cheerleading. They want to be an athletic event, not just bodybuilding. I think that's their long-term plan. But I don't necessarily, I just don't agree with it. Flat out, I just don't agree with it. I just do not agree with it. Like, because they'll step over their fans, the fans that love and watch bodybuilding, men and women alike, you know, like, even though we complain about women's divisions, like, they're stepping over them too. Let's be honest. Like, with a thing like flag football, it's just like, are we sure the bodybuilding event itself is running at, you know, the highest capacity? Probably not for the men and women's side. So let's not get it twisted. It affects everyone that actually competes in bodybuilding or whatever division at the Olympia. Like, the focus is just being taken away from the actual athletes that started the sport and put on everyone else. So they'll step over their fans. They'll step over their fans to try to chase new ones that, like, okay, let's say you're really into flag football and you go to the Olympia for the flag football. Are you then going to turn around and say, you know, what are these kids? I assume they're kids. So, like, is the 13-year-old going to turn around and say, you know, Dad, I really, and the same with the cheerleading event, as a 9-year-old girl going to say, you know, that was really fun, Mom and Dad, but can we go see the oiled up men? Like, I just don't think it funnels people in the correct way. Now, I'm no business expert. I never claimed to be, but I just don't think on the surface this is that big. This is that big of a funnel. I don't even think it's like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Even if you do manage to, you know, get some amount of juice, for lack of a better term, I just don't think it's worth all the effort to squeeze it. Pause. I think it would benefit the IFBB if Nick loses Tampa because of all the media surrounding that versus Nick winning. I don't think so. I don't think so. Dylan giving props to female divisions because Natalia is watching. We have a guest. I don't want to be rude. Look, no, Natalia is a great athlete. I'm not going to say that, but I mean, this is unfortunately, even though, you know, a lot of people in my chat and me included, we don't necessarily vibe with the women's divisions a whole lot. It's just not our thing. This kind of like misdirection kind of hurts everybody. I don't like it. When does prejudging start, Dylan? It's supposed to start at 11:15, but we'll see. We will see. I think the Narcan booth or the Bass Pro Shops booth was the most surprising one at the Arnold. I was there. I didn't see those two. I can't say I saw those. She's so nice and huge. All right. Back it up. Back it up. Or the Manions or Steve think giving Nick the win in Tampa, even if he's not the best, there will create drama. I don't think they're going to be thinking. I don't even think that's going to be an issue. Even, you know, I'll be the first to scream politics when I see it. I do not think that's going to be an issue at this show. I think the worst Nick clears everyone here, with all due respect. With all due respect. We just need Nick to lose so we can have everyone in the top 5 filled with plastic and oil. Okay, well, I don't know. Real bodybuilding isn't that popular. The fitness industry had used, but 90% of gym goers couldn't name the 3 current open competitors. And they're at a crossroads with that. I'm not saying it's the easiest decision, but but look, the Arnold figures out a way to do it where they have this massive fitness expo, but you see people walking around there and you'll see them later at the night show and you'll see them, or they'll gravitate over towards the, because the classics at the expo, they'll gravitate over from the booths over to classic physique. The Arnold is just better at funneling their audience, I guess. I don't know. I think it's because they know they run a fantastic show, what I think is better than the Olympia, and like they can then worry about stuff. You know, they've put on their mask, you know, with the masks dropping because bodybuilding, unfortunately, I think is falling off a cliff. They put their masks on and now they can broaden their appeal or they can help themselves now by broadening their appeal at things like the expo. But that's just that's just my opinion on all of that. Bass Pro had an old guy with a beard sitting there. I didn't see anyone go anytime I passed. He had that free vacation timeshare thing. Is Jordan already suffering from Palumboism? I got to be honest, Black Patron, I don't think Jordan, I think Jordan's a little overhyped. Like, well, depending on who you talk about, who you're talking about and what they've said about Jordan, like a lot overhyped. The average person thinks bodybuilding is grotesque, so it'll always be niche. Yeah, and I just don't think, but with that said, I understand why they're trying to appeal to broader people, but those broader people aren't going to be brought in by things like flag football. It's a very organic pipeline that you can't create at an expo. So you're just going to have to bank on, bodybuilding doing its thing and bringing in more fans or whatever. But if it is always going to be niche, I don't understand why you would try to cut off your nose, aka alienate your own fans to spite your face. Like you're stepping over quarters to pick up pennies. It just doesn't make any sense. What few a dozen fans may come from the flag football thing, you could just retain the current fans that already spend more money on bodybuilding if you just treated them correctly and gave them a good product. So brutal. Jordan is fairly rated, I think. Not quite top 10, but decent overall. Well, last year, before the Olympia, Jay was saying he was going to be top 4 eventually. And like they turn on the base to sweep in more normies. And the normies don't care. The normies are never going to go. Anyway, that's enough of that. Is it time for my Tampa Pro rant? Todd, can you perhaps deliver the package in Discord, by the way? All right. I've got a rant on the Tampa Pro. Actually, I got to pull up an image. Give me a second. I got to pull this image up. This was brought to my attention today. So I didn't buy the stream yesterday because I wasn't that interested in Classic nor 212. And I mean, the results were not what I wanted anyways. So I don't even think they were necessarily good shows. But this is what they put at the end of their live stream yesterday. Of course, I'm pretty sure this is AI, which is just chef's kiss. But this is what the Tampa Pro is saying. Live copyright notice. Screen recording is strictly prohibited. I won't be doing that. Let me zoom in so I can read it because it's a little blurry. Unauthorized recording, screen recording, screenshots, copying, rebroadcasting, streaming, distribution, or reproduction of this event is strictly prohibited. Well, you guys got what you wanted. I will not even be buying the stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to enjoy bodybuilding like everyone should. We're going to enjoy it 5 minutes after the fact on Instagram. I'll still give you some analysis. I'm not gonna leave you hanging here. This is more of a discussion. But I mean, any other stream you go to, if they are posting screenshots or even screenshots, not just screen recordings, but even screenshots, they're going to get copyright struck. So, and that may result in immediate removal of access, copyright infringement claims, legal action, and monetary damages and penalties as permitted by law. By viewing this broadcast, you comply with all the copyright and intellectual property rights regulations. So I didn't even buy the stream because again, it's only $40. But like, I don't want to pay that to someone that just like treats me like shit. Like, and I get it. It's their event, but like, look, it's one thing if you're like just restreaming the stream. That's just like you can't do that in any sport. You can't do that with cable or public access TV, like just like screenshots. Like, are we serious? Are we for real? So yeah, we're going to talk about Tampa, but that's all we're going to do. We're going to talk about it. We're just going to talk about it because that's all anyone can do. If you didn't buy the stream, so I guess because of that, they got one less stream because I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. And yet there's always just a Brazilian restreaming it. Yeah, exactly. And then they'll strike him and he'll go to his burner account. He'll start another stream and then it's just so on and so forth. The IAPB uses the same small business AI slop graphics as Facebook small businesses despite having mega millions. There's AI on the Olympia website. Hold on. Let me pull this up. There is AI on the Olympia website. Okay. Let me know if you can see it. 53 days until the Olympia, by the way. Okay, well, it went away now. It is, let's see. I can't pause it. It's this. Literal AI. Like, okay, why not just, you own all the footage. Why not just use the footage you have instead of making the AI slop? Instead of putting fake bodybuilders back there and then the Sandow in front of it, why wouldn't you just use the actual athletes on your stage, your event, and then put that behind? What? Are we serious? What's the point? Like, to me, if I ran the Olympia, I'd want to put my athletes out there as much as possible. They're my lifeblood. It's the athletes. People want to see Samson, Hadi. Some people want to see Derek, whoever. I would put my athletes wherever. It's about the athletes. It's not about the Sandow trophy or the Olympia logo. It is about the athletes. Whether you want to put Natalia Coelho on a poster for the fans that like her, Ryan Terry, I would never use AI, especially over a visual. It would be one thing, I guess, if I sold books and we just had a giant book club, so I can't really provide visuals. But this is a visual sport. They have all the footage. They have all of the footage. Vote to get Dylan to run the Mr. Olympia. It is a thankless job because then you have assholes like me that just complain about everything. But there's always going to be something to complain about. The problem with the Olympia is that everything is up for grabs. Did you notice the guy doing Jay Cutler's thumbnail was even using AI for his shorts? He had Samson looking like a completely different bodybuilder in one of his shorts. Guys, like, it takes 5 seconds in a show, in a sport where it's all photos and videos. It takes 5 seconds to find one. Samson Dowd at the 2024 Olympia. Oh, here's a pic. Save to phone. Create a thumbnail using whatever app you want to, or Photoshop. Send it, airdrop it to your Mac or whatever. Bro, it's not hard. It is not hard at all. What is this dude even LARPing about? Bro, the higher up companies are so out of touch with reality, like Dan Solomon. Yeah. For a niche that is so visual based, more so than any sport, and really, AI garbage is arguably worth suing for false advertisement. Unlike sports, how the athletes look literally matters. I mean, really though. Reminds me of that one random Insta account posting AI pics of old bodybuilders and giving their measurements. But from his, someone told me on the Olympia, on the Dorian video, about how Dorian was overrated. We're gonna do a comment reading tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow or soon. Someone tried to tell me like Dorian was 280 shredded on stage, and I'm like, brother, okay, boomers are crazy. No, Dylan, your take is completely off. It's about money and Derek's cheese grater glutes. You're right. I should probably put it into perspective, huh? Yeah, retired bodybuilders, when they see they can use AI for a thumbnail. Literally. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you. I mean, it's just really lazy. And it's not just the Olympia. We see this all over. Someone said the Facebook small businesses. If you have, okay, real talk, this is gonna, I got to change details of the story. This is gonna dox me. I saw someone had a benefit for someone's family because a family member, like the breadwinner of the family, had passed away. Okay, and they had a local business sponsored a benefit, a charity, and they were using this dude's photo, and they put it through an AI filter, and the rest of the poster was AI. If someone does that with my dead body, please revive me so I can kill my no, so I gotta be careful what I say on YouTube. But I mean, really, the AI stuff is taking over. And for what? Like, I get it, not everyone is a graphic designer. Bro, download an app and it'll do it for you. Like, and not an AI app, bro. Pay some foreigner to do it for $20. You give a foreigner $20 and and they'll do it, as long as they're not using AI, because they are too. But damn. I mean, like, this is just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Like, you're telling me the Olympia team doesn't have a graphic? Oh, that's AI, by the way. That's AI. Totally AI. Unbelievable. Okay, here it is. Hold on. We'll look at it one more time. Okay, is this even the Olympia? Why are their hands up? Oh, they just mirrored it. It's the same picture mirrored. This dude's hand is the same as this dude's. What is going on? And then, of course, the AI. Like, this is just. Anyone know when the open is on? Who knows? Okay, but Ronnie saying he had negative body fat does sound like an AI statement. Well, you know what we do need? AI judging to judge the Olympia. Rip to John Meadows. Whoever is running his account is creating AI slot versions of him for them. You hate to see it. It's just like, if I see, like, but to my point earlier, if I see any business, big or small, using AI, if I can catch it, like, not to be gay, but like, I'm gonna like boycott that shit. I don't want to buy from you. So like, your little restaurant you're running that desperately needs the small business, if you use AI, good luck getting my money. So it's not really a live stream watch party, it's clickbait. And you're unfortunately just not that smart. On YouTube, you cannot find, it's illegal to post screenshots, it is illegal to post screen recordings. Bro, what did you expect? Buy it yourself if you want to see it so bad. But Tampa's not on yet. If you're talking about, like, if I'm talking about other stuff, Tampa's not even on yet. As the videos and footage comes out on Instagram, I will show that. I think I'm okay to show that. If anyone from Tampa is listening, tell me now. I'll just stop doing it. Don't copyright strike my video. Just tell me about it. Just tell me. My DMs are open. Can Joe Palacios become Mr. Olympia one day with fair judging? So if you're assuming that the judges like aren't just like, enamored with the small waist, I think so. I think he would have the tools, but like, that would require Nick Walker to get out of his way for whatever reason, retire, be really off. MD getting death threats from who? Yeah, AJ Kelly Robert going to record his TV screen like usual. Can you use that? No, they would have a issue with that. AI judging, you mean Muscle Discord? Well, who else does it? Keep up the great content. The issue is that the higher ups just care about the money and not the heart and soul or passion of the sport. The crazy thing is, now I'm black-pilled about a lot of things, so I think in a lot of regards, soul and passion and following your dreams and all that like hippie stuff, it's like not really indicative of success. It doesn't correlate. But in bodybuilding, because it's niche and because it's an expensive hobby and the fans have money to spend a lot of the times if they're already doing the gym stuff, like, it is actually, I think, not only indicative but intuitive that if you just put in more soul and passion and follow that and try to create the best experience, the money in this case probably follows a fair amount. And the funny thing is, the fans aren't asking for things that are expensive. Contrary to popular belief, maybe they'll lose money with a free live stream. I don't want the Olympia to necessarily be free. Like, I'm okay with supporting the Olympia as long as it's a good event, but I'm not spending $80 on it. That's ridiculous. That is too much. But if they were like $50 for the whole weekend, maybe. But again, it would have to be a good event. But the fans just want decent lighting and a black backdrop, or at least one that isn't like super flashy or whatnot. And they want the show to run on time. And they just want very basic things that require effort, not necessarily money, because the people are already on the Olympia payroll. Just tell them to do their jobs or fire them and get somebody else. Joe is just so overrated. I think he's going to be fourth. No, I don't think so. If he's off, yeah, because I mean, a big wasted physique cannot be off. Galen, I prefer the term "de." I prefer the name "de." Dylan, do you think bodybuilding has had the most fans in the 90s and 2000s? I think the 2000s and the 2010s, because the era of bodybuilding was just so good. You had Ronnie Coleman's reign. Jay was just that right amount of unpopular at the time, because he was called a fridge and all that, but also he was like vulnerable, so people people actually were excited for his Olympias. And then you had the start of Phil Heath into the 2010s. And that was people like think the 90s was the most stacked era. The 2010s in terms of competition was far better in my opinion. And the thing is, with the internet, you don't have to wait on magazines, you don't have to wait on magazines to get your results, and you don't have to buy a VHS tape. You did have live streams in the 2010s and in the 2000s sometimes, but it was the perfect time to be a bodybuilding fan. Great competition, but also access to the stuff. You got access to this. So, hello. His hair and attitude. Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah. The Ronnie, Jay, Phil, and Kai rivalries really did help too. Such great storylines. Yeah, for sure. For sure. James is going to beat Joe. I think it's possible, but I mean, Joe would have to mess up. How many years until the Arnold is seen as a more prestigious show than the Olympia? Okay. I have a inflammatory take about this, and I'm not trying to be inflammatory, but I think in the event that like Arnold passes, I think that could catapult the Arnold past the Olympia, because I think people are gonna miss things when they're gone, and I think once that happens, you'll see a lot of people do the Arnold. You'll see like this big extravaganza. Maybe his team will put up Arnolds all over the world. But I mean, because realistically, it should be that way now. It just needs the legacy factor. And I think that kind of gives it that. Not to be rude, I'm not wishing ill on Arnold or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But if we're being realistic, I think that would unironically maybe move the needle. Yeah, the Arnold already is, in my opinion. I pay to go to the Arnold. I got my tickets already. I am a silver VIP package holder. Sorry. Joe at 100 and James at 100. Obviously, James beats Joe. I don't think that's obvious nor correct. Do you think the lack of social media is why Joe Weider was able to make bodybuilding in the 90s, bodybuilding guys in the 90s such legends in the sports? Even though looking back, they're not as insane as most thought, besides Kevin, of course. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much you decide what's out there, but you can have more executive power over the storylines. But now bodybuilding, it's a bigger pie overall. There's more slices to go around. So overall, the trade-off isn't worth it. Nowadays is better. Besides mental, what do you think Martin needs to do to win the Olympia? Improve just all around, because he has most things. But unfortunately, I'm no longer on the Martin train. A lot of people know he was my father. He is my father, but I've since disowned him. He's gotten to a place, and now I think he's not going to be that. We're not going to see that much more improvements from him. Maybe a little bit here and there, but like, he can bring great versions. He can get super shredded and all that, but I don't know. I think he just needs a little bit of everything. And yeah, of course, he has to control himself, but because he's so complete, he just needs 10 pounds in the right places. And I think the judges seeing him do several shows where he's consistent would make them feel better, because you gotta metaphorically beat them off, unfortunately, in today's day and age. So if he can be consistent on a few shows and then really improve for the Olympia, but I don't think we're going to see that. I think he's kind of like, for lack of a better term, reached the ceiling already. In large part, like I think he'll get a little bit better, but I think he's kind of done. Not like he's like done as in he'll never be good again, but like I think he's like what you see is what you're going to get going forward. 96 to 2003 was the thinnest lineup since the 60s. It was a transition period, but then yeah, once the 2000s really got going, they were good. At first I thought the 2000s weren't as good. I think I was more so thinking about the early 2000s. The overall decade was pretty good. Joe needs opposing coach like Chris Cormier. I think Chris Cormier has fried himself. Peon. I wish to start my own bodybuilding federation called the People's Bodybuilding Federation. Okay, communist. Also, I'm pretty sure this peon person is a Foyd. At least that's what they told me. I don't know. We got to react to one of his or her videos pretty soon. because oh boy, it's over for this person. The other problem is the O is by definition the main show, since the other shows qualify people for the O. The Arnold can't have more prestige unless it stops being a feeder show. Yeah. Now that's a tricky way to work around it. And again, not to prey on people's downfalls or anything, but like, do you just wait until the Olympia collapses? Because it's going to change hands soon, unless Jake Wood just wants to continue to shovel more money into it, because it's losing money every year. The Arnold is at least even if they lose money, they have Arnold. And I know like Jake Wood is like really rich too, but I think Arnold's pockets are a little deeper, and he loves this, so he's willing to spend more from the get-go. Is Jake Wood willing to spend a percentage of his fortune to save the Mr. Olympia? Probably not. Probably not. So do you wait for the Olympia to fail and kind of like go to the IFBB and say the Arnold is now the show? Maybe, because, you know, the other option is that like, well, then it just becomes a strict invite-only show. But then like the IFBB would probably threaten to stop sanctioning it. I can see them shooting themselves in the foot like that. I can see them saying, oh, you want to make it an invite-only show, and you're going to put it right around the Olympia, so you're going to try to compete with us on our terms. We're gonna desanction you. I can see them doing that. They're that petty. Remember the 2014 press conference with Kai and Phil? That was golden. Now they can't even get it right. Now they just like bring people out and like talk for a few minutes. It's super boring. How much time until the Open comes out? Let me check. Well, I'm not watching the show, so I have to text somebody. Brutal. I don't think it's on yet. People, don't forget that we have 2 women's divisions to get through. Bikini, no, 3. If they put Open in last, we have, I think it's figure and then fit, model, and bikini. So, oh boy. Arnold has been a better produced show for the fans since like 98. Why is being Joe compared with Nick, who is top 5 at the Olympia, and Joe, who's not even qualified yet? It's because that's who's doing the show. I don't think I get your question. Martin Prague Pro is peak Martin. Yeah, maybe ever. What is the first thing you would do as a bodybuilding commissioner? I would form a packet. I'm going to sound like Mitt Romney here. I would form a packet, and basically, hold on. I would re-tier the shows. Bodybuilding would get a major shakeup, and I'm not gonna lie. I think bodybuilding would be, a lot of fans would be mad at me at first. Like a big percentage of people would be mad at me at first because I'm changing the status quo. But I would take a look at the options and do something in regards to the shows. Like, there are way too many in bikini and classic and whatnot, and there are too many people going to the Olympia. There are too many people, and even if it's the Arnold one day, 60 people at the Arnold is too much, but he doesn't do that. But 60 to 80 people at the biggest show in the world is too much. So, and I don't like how there are just shows after shows. So I would like tier them, do a point system. I would look at that and see which system I would go with. And that's the first thing I would do. Closely followed, I would create a packet of all these rules. And if you do not standardize your shows according to me and according to what we want, decent backdrops, decent lighting, a live stream provided, and if not, you go through us to provide the live stream, and you have to pay the IFBB, and pay the sanction fees and all that. If you don't do these things, I will not be sanctioning your shows. Simple as that. And people will say, well, the amount of shows would go down. Good. And what I would probably do is start a IFBB subscription thing. You pay me for your videographer, but then you get access to my hub for the official IFBB live streaming. I would have a pass, whatever a Netflix subscription is. I'll, maybe half of that, whatever it is a month. Some with ads, or a premium subscription without ads, and you just have a website where the streams are there, standardized. We have the same person doing all of them, or a group of people do. Let's say some people do the Europe shows, some people do the East Coast of the United States, some people do the West Coast, and that's it. And this is part of the sanction fee and whatnot, or however I would need to work it. And yeah, so basically, in a nutshell, fix how people qualify for the biggest show in the world, whether that's the Arnold or the Olympia, and standardize every show. It's as simple as that. And that's an off-the-cuff answer. I didn't even think about that. That's just what I would do. We got some super chats here. Sup, Dylan? My goat has steamrolled Nick. Has my goat steamrolled Nick? No. If you don't know, Ranchero is like a diehard Joe fan. He thinks he's going to beat Nick, but end the Manions. Okay, well, that's enough. Get money and dip. First thing he would do is, as commissioner, is excommunicate all the 90s bodybuilders. Brutal. Is this a watch along, or will we see the live stream here? You cannot, on YouTube, you will not be able to see the live stream. That is illegal. And the Tampa Pro has specifically said there will be no screen recordings, no screenshots. If they see it, you're going to get banned. So maybe there's some Brazilian out there on Twitch streaming it. I have no idea. Probably. Nah, Ranchero. Tim is in the center with Nick. Wouldn't that be great? Krizo or Sergey, are either of them top 10 this year? Maybe Krizo. I would hope so. Yeah. Top 10, I'd say Krizo. Sergey, nah. First thing I'd do is get Grindr to sponsor those classic thong and socks bikini updates, physique updates. Okay. Part of the issues is that shows are individually promoted, so there's a lot of variability. It's like a poorly run franchise versus a well-run ones. You drive across town to eat at a better place. Yes. If you're going to be top down like the Manions want to be, then be top down. What you have is literally like The Sopranos, where you have it's like a mafia where you have Tony or whoever the head of the family is running individual crews. But as you saw on the show, those crews were fucking up. So, Dan, it hasn't even started. Nick, Colossus Ken, James, and Joe. Colossus Ken in second. I can see it if he really has made some improvements, and the condition needs to be at a good place. So they did not do a live stream. Why would they? I don't get it. This is for people that don't want to pay for the live stream and just want to hang out and talk about the Tampa. We'll look at the Tampa stuff when it comes out for sure. You'll be the first ones to know when it does. So if you have, hold on, let me. So if you have these great ideas as commissioner, what about prize money for shows? How would you give back to the athletes? This is a trickier question. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I'm not going to lie to you. Part of it is getting sponsors. Part of it is raising sanction fees. And the other part that people aren't ready to talk about, it would be a massive undertaking, but actually make pro cards worth a damn to bring more sponsors. Maybe there could be, you have to pay to be a pro. What kind of, at minimum, I got to take that away. I sound like I'm running for president, but that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Let me change this. Let's look at another pose. The fact that the last two Olympia champs can skip the entire season and it just be normal like this for champs for decades says it all. At least we don't have to see Derek too much, funnily enough. Well, he won everything last year, He won everything. He said he won the Arnold, he won the Pittsburgh, and he won the Olympia. What more does he have to do? I don't know, maybe win something legitimately. He's done it one time at the Arnold. Do you even hoist? I assume host. Do I even host a show? No, I'm not paying for that shit. Natalia liked my IG photos. I'm content. Relax, bro. Easy there. Do you think they'll put Vlad Oruchko to the side like Phil Heath due to his small waist and have Nick in fifth? I think it's a real possibility. It depends on what package William Martins brings, though. Brazilians will probably stream on YouTube as well. They usually do a podcast with the TV on in the background with the show on. If they do that, I'm going to copyright strike them myself. No, I don't do that. As far as the NPC goes, Ribic Productions runs a really good show. Never heard of them. Is the bundle package buy today's stream? Because I don't see an option to buy day 3, and I don't want to end up like Black Patron. Yeah, if you're buying the stream today, you get that's what you're buying. Double check everything because Black Patron, got misled, but double check. And the link to the stream is in the description if you want to buy the official stream. So I'm not going to make any qualms about that. I don't know if it has commentary, so if you want to like watch it in the background and like listen to me, pretty goated setup, to be honest. Here's an example. The top Manchester City player makes 27 million and the CEO makes 3 million. 3 million. That's how it's supposed to be. The athlete gets the reward because they do most of the hard work. As a CEO type myself, the CEO's got to bump his salary up. But I agree. The people that are out there doing the work are what should be, you got to find people content in running the thing and not people just in it for the money. Bro, Derek is bigger and blacker than Ronnie Coleman. Bro is taking no risk, pretty much. They should focus more on pros with fans like Nick. The problem with Nick is that they think I'll tell you the reason why Derek wins and Nick loses at the Olympia at these bigger shows. They think even though Nick is the most popular bodybuilder, they don't want that hardcore audience. They think they can treat that hardcore audience, us, like shit, and we'll just stick around for it. And unfortunately, for a large part, they're correct because they have a monopoly on pro bodybuilding. But they think a physique like Derek is going to bring in more of the normies because they see the small waist. It's just not happening, bro. And the thing is, a lot of people in my comment section and others after the Olympia said they're done with bodybuilding. Like Derek's win last year and like how much credit it took away from the Olympia hurt the Olympia on some level. It's a non-0%. I don't know if it's enough for 1%. Maybe it's only a fraction, but like you can't have, and the problem is though, the Olympia makes so many small mistakes that this shit adds up. And I'm not trying to peddle a narrative like, oh, you just hate Derek. You're just saying that. I am telling you as a fan, someone who's connected with other fans on the ground, what is being said and what is happening. So don't say I'm trying to peddle a narrative. That's just what's happening. Is men's open underway? No, we have women's divisions to get through. I seriously considered not watching after the Arnold too. Okay, well, the Arnold deserves all my money. It's still a good event, despite the IFBB judging it the way they judge it. Do casuals actually like Derek? They might as well have made Chris Bumstead Mr. Olympia. Joe Weider would have. Yeah, that's the thing. The IFBB thinks the normies will like Derek. They wouldn't like anyone on the Olympia stage because it's too big or whatever. And that's fine. But it's just like appeal to your audience, appeal to your base because they're the ones signing your checks metaphorically, So I don't know. That's the thing. That's the irony. The whole decision they made is just so ass backwards. Like we need to get more normies in the sport. Let's reward the grotesque dude, but he has a small waist. You think normies are going to go for that? Honestly, there's an argument that normies would more so go for Nick Walker because he's the freakiest. And I mean, he is the best. Most conditioned, best set of 8 poses, best muscularity. He's the most popular guy nowadays. More than Samson and more than Derek, more than probably even Hadi because Hadi's is limited to his region in large part. So I have no idea what they're thinking. Dylan, they got me and they had you scroll so far down and the live stream for today was sandwiched between the other events, not the first to pop up. That's crazy. What a misleading, bro. This is what I mean. Like, why do we have to nickel and dime the fans that care about bodybuilding so much? Brother Derek is a devout Christian, so they probably thought it would draw in more Christians. He's like the all-American type. Maybe. I have no idea. I don't know. Hadi's not as popular ever since they basically called a fatwa on him. Could Nick Silla reach top 5 if he was conditioned as Hadi? I don't know. Probably, the only reason I don't want to say he's top 5 is because I think he can maybe win because it's just such a radical look. Like you kind of just have to put that in first if he's shredded. Derek has a serious charisma issue. Everything he does it sounds so forced. True. Are these trans-colored headphones? Shout out to you. We love the trans people on this channel, as people know. The fact that Joe wasn't in the Olympia last year is wild. He definitely has some flaws, but he's better than a lot of people there last year. But he has the thick waist, so they'll never go for him. They'll never go for him. Never ever. Can't wait to go to the Arnold to hold hands. If anyone wants to go to the Arnold and see me in person, just don't kill me. But I'll be there. I will be there all weekend. So just let me know. Let me know ahead of time. The logic that getting small waist will bring in more people does not make sense. No one is watching bodybuilding to look like that unless it's your passion. Watching boxing does not make you want to be one. Someone should tell that to the Olympia crew. Are you trans? Am I trans? No. Do you think China was a robbery? I have like what? 3 videos on this at this point? No, I don't. And you can watch any of those 3 videos to figure out why. 1 is a video, 2 are live streams, and I reacted to Tyler's recap last night, so you know. Trans people following bodybuilding is a non-existent breed almost. So you just support trans people. Dylan, why do you think Chris is so pop? He's just it's the shape, and also it is the personality. Like Chris Bumstead isn't an exciting guy, but he's a very likable guy, very humble. Bro, he was the first, for a lot of us, he was the first pro bodybuilder we were watching. You know, a lot of us watched fitness influencers, but he was the first actual pro bodybuilder we were watching, because it was just a bodybuilder and he was a young guy just living his life, and we all wanted to watch. And no wonder he was he's a great guy. I mean, so if we talk about Nexzilla coming in condition, we might as well say Hassan Mustafa coming in shredded too. I don't know if you guys remember this, but you know, he came into the Arnold Classic with some of the worst condition I've ever seen. And then the funniest part, he did the Arnold UK too, and I think probably got worse. And literally after these shows, he made an Instagram post about it, and he said, "It's time for a much needed off season." And I'm like, bro, that's probably not the issue. I'm no expert, I'm no coach, but that's probably not the issue. No, I'm not trans LMAO. Do you want to be? Fit model is up, Dylan, and I know it's your favorite division. Well, it is objectively the best. Bumstead had undeniable aura. Yeah, undeniable aura. Yeah. Will you be trans? I don't think Chris Bumstead should be compared to Derek. That dude won six straight titles back to back with no back. No, his back got better. But the thing is dominance, right? Like Chris Bumstead probably had just as dominant, if not a more dominant streak of wins than Ronnie and Lee Haney. I mean, really, like I think he would, and it still bugs me that Mike took points away from Chris Bumstead. Like that doesn't even make any sense to me. Like Mike looks like a 212 competitor, and Chris is like the epitome of classic, but he takes points. It didn't make any sense to me. It was dumb, totally stupid. I just think the judges wanted, some drama there. But realistically, Chris Bumstead could have won until the wheels fell off. More views than your videos is crazy. What are you talking about? More views than your videos is crazy. I don't know what you're referring to. So which fit model impressed you the most? Make it stop. Make it stop. Chris is just a good role model. Okay, let's not be gay. I'll be your father if you need one. Would you say would you rather watch Derek try to beef with everyone he steps on stage, or Matt Grego's training Insta videos? Bro. I guess the first one, because it'll be funny, but after a while it won't be. When people walked out when he came on stage, Bumstead, it's mostly the mustache. And that's the thing. He's the one that made that popular. Now every dude in fitness, every dude that's even works out, even dudes that are like emo and like total twinks, for lack of a better term. Sorry to choke myself up there. They all wear the mustache. And in large part, it was because of like Chris Bumstead. I'm not saying like he was the first one to wear a mustache or anything, but I didn't see any mustaches until Chris Bumstead started wearing his like that. Who's Matt Grego? The dude that like is the on-site glazer for Derek Lunsford. Why do they not have a free stream with ads and maybe cap it at 720p? At least they will have some viewers. 40 is too much. Here in South Africa, it's just not enough. It's just enough to go out. This will be on Insta anyway. You're preaching to the choir over here. You are preaching to the choir. Yeah, Derek's Bum Boys. $40 you eat in a good restaurant here in Brazil. Bro, I can't wait to come to Brazil and meet your lovely girlfriend. Respectfully. But should we start actually talking about Tampa now? I guess that really wasn't a rant. But yeah, let me pop it up again. So this is why there won't be even any screenshots. This is why I didn't even buy the stream. There's no way I can infringe on anyone's copyright protected material because I didn't buy the stream. So we're just going to watch it like everyone does 5 minutes after the fact on Instagram. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, should we actually start talking about Tampa now? Is this GF really that good? No. Okay. Actually, that was rude. Sorry. Chow's girlfriend she's an attractive woman, but Chow is like a Chad Light. He mogs his girlfriend into oblivion, but he likes it that way. That's how you have to do it, by the way. You have to make sure your girl knows that you're more attractive than you. But because women are put on a pedestal by so many men, the balance is off now. You know, people used to say, well, I'm the prize. Men used to be the prize. Now, even though women cope by saying that, it's not really cope anymore. It's just true. Don't worry, Dylan. No links. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but could you send the package in Discord? I had to pay $50 to go to a local bodybuilding competition at the Lake City High School board building. Bodybuilding is probably the worst sport in the world, and extorting spectators. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay. Generally so sad. If they want the sport to grow, they just make streams free or half the price. And also, Black Patron, a member of this channel, I don't know if he's still in chat. He was the website was so misleading. It said $40 for the bundle. Now it did say the bundle doesn't include the other days, but then why would you call it a bundle? And it was $40 for a bundle. So you would think surely if I wanted to watch the Tampa Pro all 3 days or just 2 days, they wouldn't charge me $80 to $120, right? So you think $40 for the bundle. Nope. Black Patron got screwed out of $40 yesterday by buying that. Chow Terramogs his high mid-tier Becky. Chris also had serious injury issues. Open would probably wreck his body with high-profile injuries. I agree, trans viewer. $40 a day is crazy work. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Okay, let's cool it with the gay questions. But my favorite food is actually ice cream. I'm gonna put you guys onto something. Listen here. I'm a big fan of Ben and Jerry's, despite them being gay and the opposite of goy. But I'm a big fan of Gimme S'more from Ben and Jerry's. But I got to put you on. They make gallon sizes or half gallon. It's Bluebell ice cream. I forget the brand. I just see the package. You got to try the Bride's Cake from Bluebell. It's an amaretto flavored ice cream. Take it from like the connoisseur of ice cream. It's fantastic. Of course you are. Well, I'm a fat piece of shit. So Ninja Creamy Pistachio Ice Cream. What's your favorite bathhouse in Toledo, Ohio? I think we both know the one. Ben and Jerry's mint is better. Who gets a pint of ice cream that's like, I could really go for some Ben and Jerry's mint, especially Ben and Jerry's because you have so many great flavors. Why are you going for mint? You're literally that's the gayest sounding flavor ever. I am begging you to turn your profile picture back into your femboy self. Nah, cookie again with the bro. You're not even going half baked. Like, why you get cookie dough from Ben and Jerry's? Just a waste of potential. Ben and Jerry's ain't ice cream, bro. By definition, it is. It's the only one in my local store. Where do you live? Oh, you live in the UK and probably in like a small, what do they call it? A countryside town. I think they call the rural areas in there the country or whatever, the countryside. Yeah. Wild and Reckless, I love my sherbets. Some of them are pretty good. Okay. We're an hour in, so I assume they kind of burned through some of those women's divisions. Let's actually start talking about Tampa, shall we? Shall we? Yeah, really make your. I would literally rather, instead of buying mint ice cream from Ben and Jerry's, I would literally rather just buy a gallon of vanilla ice cream and buy the accoutrements or whatever. Bro, that has to be the sorriest excuse for ice cream of all time. Not, I live in the gay city. Okay. All right. Americans Goyim shouldn't speak about food. Ian, you're unfortunately for you, America has the best food in the world. Cultures come here and get their food revolutionized. Like, and some more than others. Like, you couldn't pay me to eat uh, you know, the country that is I don't want to know if I don't know if I'm allowed to name countries, but you couldn't pay me to eat certain countries' foods. But what if they're an Americanized version, where the flavors are actually good? Yeah, I can do now. Some American food pisses me off. I hate that I have to buy like a special bread if from the store. I have to buy some like high end sourdough bread if I want just like rustic bread. I hate how the bread over here is like. I bought an Italian loaf one time to make garlic bread, and I bit into it. It tasted like cake. I just tried the bread on its own. It tasted like cake. It's just full of sugar. But in large part, American food is just the best. American Chinese is a little different because it's Americanized over there now, in some places. Um, but like Mexican American food, Mog's Mexican food, Indian American food, Mog's Indian food into oblivion. Italian American is not is a little bit better than Italian food. It's just true. It's just true. Cope, bro. It's just not. You gotta try the ice cream in New Zealand, bro. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Is that Rufio from Hook? It is. It is. Um, Finland has dog water food. I truly despise that country. Yeah, you people over here in Europe will eat like a raw fish with some like wheat, rolled wheat patty. Like, now, I do think, Ian, where you're from, like these countries like Spain, France, and like Italy have the best food outside of American food, but it's just, and I'm not even like talking about burgers, bro. Barbecue, American barbecue in and of itself, that is a wholly American thing. I know some country, maybe starting with an I, want to say they came up with smoking meats, bro. They stole everything else anyways. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Smoky meats and the whole the whole barbecue thing is American. That food, I swear, will solo any food in the world. Oh, but what about Ian's probably gonna say, what about the tapas, the small plates, bro? Barbecue and all the fixins that go with it solos it all. German food is so good. Burgers are German. Uh, Pizza is better better in Italy. I disagree. Not that like, and the thing is variety. In these countries, they get so up their own ass about, oh, you have to do it this way and you have to do it like this, or it's not this, and we're going to burn your restaurant to the ground if not. Not that they actually would, because they're white, but like, and I'm not saying like these aren't good skeletons of food, like pizza is good in Italy, but you have so many more options and so many more good options. Yeah, now I will say probably the worst pizza in America is probably a lot worse than the worst pizza in Italy, But the best pizza in America, and pizza on average, is better over here than it is in Italy. Thai food in Thailand is legit. Well, there's a lot of influence in Western cultures on like like even like the Japanese food. Japanese food is just like America. Like, why would you just not want American Japanese food? Outside of the novelty of it, you're eating in Japan. Like even like the Japanese have like whole restaurants dedicated to American food. I think that says something. Barbecue is overrated as fuck. You're just an idiot. Yeah, German food is so good. Oh, the femboy profile picture. German food is so good and it's just raw pork. True. American pizza makes you hungry and you end up binge eating it, and it's by design. Sorry that it's good. Italian pizza will have ovulating. Will have you ovulating. You're just an idiot. You're just an idiot. Sauce, cheese, and dough. Okay, well that all the ingredients and all the preparation are better over here. Okay, and it just doesn't make any sense. Eating doesn't make you hungry or what you want. I disagree. Especially here in America. I don't know if you're an American, but my biggest conspiracy. It's not my biggest conspiracy. That would be the JQ. Hardly a conspiracy anymore at this point, but like there are certain like chemicals being put in these foods that literally I am hungrier the next day after binge eating shitty food. And it's not just like it can't possibly be my metabolism. Like, oh, we got to get used to burning 2,000 calories. No, I think I'm right on this. Dylan, it's the chemicals. It's true. It's true. As a German, I low key agree, but also still kind of disagree. Okay, Simon. Let's. Is this a live stream ours? Just a dude talking absolute nonsense as if it was objective reality. Let's hope to God that's not your profile picture. Brutal. But also Dylan is a big eater. Massive, bro. Look at me. Yeah, the JQ is not even an esoteric conspiracy anymore. Just service level type shit. Brutal. Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about Tampa. Let's talk about Tampa for real. Let's see. Let's see what's on. Oh, Todd said it was women still on stage. So let's actually talk about James, because a lot of people were talking about James. They think James is going to do something. We'll see. Let's see here. Let me pull up his video. Let me pull up his video from the China Pro. We'll see. I guess the question is, does this beat Joe? Because I don't think anyone's beating Nick, and it sure as shit won't be James. So let's talk about Joe beating James or vice versa. Let's go. That's not the best. Why can't we just have like standard like... Oh my God. Bro, it's all just these. Okay, here we go. Thank God. Let me save this so I don't lose it. Oh, and of course, it's just a repost. Oh my God. I hate this. Okay. Look, it's me and Tyler. Okay, let's see here. I'm looking for James. Please show yourself. This is the one I was after. Okay. So this is the best James we've seen in like years. Does this beat Joe? Bro, guy looks just like you, Dylan. Soul patch. Pause. German food is in the U.S. anyway. There's a whole tourist town called Leavenworth that's dedicated to German food. It's better in America. Anyway, does this beat an off Joe? Does this beat an on Joe? What are we thinking? Do you realize how big James will be next to Joe and Nick? He's about 6 foot tall, but just not super wide. Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking. The floor is yours, chat. What do you think? Does this beat Joe? No. Well, let's take a look at Joe. This is from what I'm about to show you is from last year's Tampa. So don't get it confused. This is from last year's Tampa. This is from Gilco Productions. He was a little better in Texas. That's the version I used for my video. But does that version of James beat this, but maybe a few percent sharper? James's lack of clavicle width is going to kill him here. That's kind of my thought as well. If Joe comes in like the comparison you posted, this James beats him in my opinion. Really? I disagree. His legs will mog Nick and Joe's, but that's about it. Yeah, and then their backs will utterly, will terramog him. So their arms, bro, their lats, not just the backs, but the lats from the front as well. James has the grainiest muscle up there because he trains the hardest and for the longest. Judges hate James. Well, that's also true. That's also true. The two things can be right at the same time. It's not like they don't have their reasons. Brutal. He ain't beating shit. Okay, but we did a scorecard last night, just like a mock scorecard. Let me pull him back up. Did I not save him? Did it not save? Great. Please. Okay. Well, I gotta find him again. It was the China Pro. Okay. Even though I swear to God I saved that. I think I did it on stream too. Okay. The new question, does James beat Charles Griffin? I think so. Is that what we came up with last night? I think so, but I think that one's closer. It's not the grainiest. It's not the grainiest, but it's definitely the grainiest. Hopefully, James could fill out his upper body a bit, and the shallow abs won't matter anymore. No, he'll never escape that. I don't think so. Yes, James beats Charles. Yes, I think so. White bodybuilders really do have less appealing frames besides Wolf, but separation and thin skin seems to be a decent issue for darker competitors. Yeah, that's the name of the game. You know, they say the term in bodybuilding is Caucasian dry. And then whenever you think of guys that are really bubbly, you typically think of guys like Ronnie, Phil Heath. Guys like Kevin, though, you know, what is he? Lavroni? What is that? Italian? Some kind of Spanish or Mexican? I don't know. Spanish would be white, so maybe Mexican. But he was kind of tall. So Charles will have the best legs in the show. Easy there. Easy. So I guess Chris Bumstead is black. Pretty much. But, you know, some people do have it all. Joe also has a way better chest. Yo, that too. Joe said he's up 12 pounds or something last year, and I'm afraid he ain't going to be in shape. Yeah, he may get lost in the sauce trying to play the size game with Nick, you know, especially because of the way he was talking. You know, he was talking, bro. Look at how many interviews. Let me save this before I do anything else. Let me like it and save it. Okay, it's saved. He was talking. Just take a look at how many interviews he was doing there for a while. Okay, these are Femboys. We'll talk about them. That's Alyssa Leo. Because, of course, we talk about certain things on stream, but I'm not going to do that now because this is a broader stream. But just take a look at how many interviews Joe was doing. Are they all numbered there? No, they're not numbered. It's just a microphone. So that's 1, 2, what is this, 15? 15 interviews. And there's probably been more. So, Patrick, hold on. I bet Charles Griffin has regressed even more since he retired. We'll take a look at his updates because that's another guy we'll talk about, but I fear you will probably be correct. Patrick will start squaring up with Nick mid callouts. Bro, you can't catch a break between Patrick and Martin. Nick will get sunned in the legs and his stomach will be too distracting, so James deserves to win and Joe in second. Is that bait? Is that bait? What is that? Joe was talking crazy, then just stopped posting physique when Nick started posting his updates. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to his. Let's see. So when was his last update? Okay, all these interviews, bro. These are just clips from another podcast. When was his last full body update? Okay, what is this?
Great.
Okay, there's footage on that. There's a song on that. I can't play it. When's the last time? Maybe this is recent. I can't verify that, so probably not. Okay. Throwback Thursday in the left pick was the day I turned pro in 2023 and became Mr. USA. And so here on the right, last week, and that was in June 25th. So this was a month ago at this point, more than a full month ago. Yeah, because it was in June. And we're in August now, so. Okay, so other than that, he really hasn't posted. He hasn't posted anything transparent. Not that he has to, I'm just saying. Sometimes it's a sign of confidence, but the thing is, he was posting things, and now he's not anymore. But the waist looks good. The waist does look good. 272. 272 at 6 weeks out. So where was he 6 weeks out? Was he looking good? Can we see the back? Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't think maybe he goes too far trying to be more streamlined. I don't know. I think he'll be in shape. If this was at 6 weeks out, unless he for real just like stopped changing, which sometimes happen, but I think this theory can be debunked now, but it is look at his feet. What kind of feet are these? Why is this one so flat and round? It looks like he's walking. It looks like he's walking on baseball mitts, baseball gloves. But yeah. Is this a video? 6.5 weeks out, so not too far back from the one we saw just a few days before. What do you guys think? This was 6.5 weeks out. What are we thinking? His feet have hypertrophied. His feet are messed up. I think he will get exposed in the quads in this lineup because they're very good. No. I mean, think about who we have. We have Nick, who like literally gets so much shit for his quads. There's James. He'll be the outlier. He'll have the best quads on stage. Charles is okay, but his legs are small, but they have good cuts to them and good sweep, just not in compared to like his huge wide upper body. And like Patrick Moore, whose weakest part is his legs. So I doubt it. I think this is the perfect lineup for Joe because nobody has the best quads. HGH feet, like walking on snowshoes. Like, yeah. Yo, okay, here's a question for chat. I think Nick and Joe are similar, but does a good version of Joe, like at last year's Texas Pro, okay, does that version of Joe beat Prague Pro Martin Fitzwater? And if not, or if so, how close is it? I think that's a close contest. I think that's a very close contest. Low key, I might be inclined to give it to Joe. Tell you the truth. Kai's feet are unmatched. Yeah. Something I don't think I brought up in the video, but I've noticed. Nick is a different caliber bodybuilder. Even his quads will look big here. Real. Oh, his legs are good. It's close-ish, but definitely not. Martin wins. I don't know. Okay, let's do the scorecard. Let's see here. We'll do a mock scorecard. Okay. Yo, hold on. I have to enter a password to get on my own website. Just kidding. I don't mind it. Who are we doing? Martin. So Prague Pro Martin. Prague Pro Martin would maybe win the front double on shape. Joe would actually win the front last spread. And because Martin can't pose, that's almost a 3-point. Like if Martin is going to pose like an idiot, then take a look at Joe's front lat spread here. It's actually great. It is actually fantastic. It is a 3 for sure. Joe is underrated as well. I completely agree. Nick's stomach is too distracting, and James has a tiny waist compared with his muscle size. Bro. Holy casual. No, I just don't think James has the tools to beat Nick. I just don't think it's a possibility unless Nick literally, like if he tore his quad on the way up the stairs to the stage and had a glaring asymmetry. So, and then in the back poses, like nowadays, because Martin's back is getting worse, I'd definitely give this one to Joe. Probably give this one to Joe. Side chest is tough. What do you guys think? Can Martin beat this? Let me grab a pick. Okay. The lighting in the Prague show was like so bad. It's tough to use it, but let's see. Joe would be a little bit shorter because he squats down, but let's just say like he ends up, for the sake of argument, let's say it's like this. Say something like that. Who wins? Who wins the side chest? I kind of have. Do I lean towards Joe? If he had a little more detail in the chest, I definitely would. But can he win without it? Martin's side leg would mog, I think. I don't think so, bro. Take a look at Joe in the side tricep. I don't think Martin's side leg would mog at all. It may win on a real stage, maybe, but nowhere close to being a mog. Are you serious? When does it start? We have like fit model and bikini to get through, so I have no idea. Never mind. I like Joe more. Joe, but Martin is crazy. Based on the picks, I think Joe. I'm leaning towards Joe. That's what we'll go with. That's what we'll go with. And then let me delete that because we're worried about Nick. So this is what I would have. I would give the abs and thighs to Martin, maybe a 3 because of the waist. The side tricep to Joe. Side chest to Joe, and the most muscular to Martin because he's got my favorite most muscular. Muscularity, Joe's really thick. He probably gets the upper hand. I'll leave it blank. I would give conditioning to Martin because those finer details he brought, besides everywhere but his arms, were good. Shape to Martin. Flaws, if we don't count shape again, Martin's pose could be an issue, but not at the Prague show. I think we can make that a tie. And then muscularity, if you gave it to Joe, he wins. If you made it a tie, he still wins. So, look, it's possible that Martin can definitely beat Joe. I mean, Martin can beat Joe. Vice versa. Martin can beat Joe, but Joe can definitely beat Martin. So is Joe's prof. I don't know what that means. Let me read the chat here. You think Derek would win the side chest? I think he'd win every pose. Side tricep goes to Martin, in my opinion. He doesn't know how to hit it. And Joe, I would look, when Joe's pushing Nick, and I think Nick has the best side tricep nowadays, like, I mean, I think he can beat Martin. Martin wins both side poses. He's one of those weird bodies who looks better next to people than he does on alone. That's true. That could help. Not with the gut he's got recently, Nitmo. I don't know who you're talking about. LOL, content creators are choosing to hype up Joe for rage bait. He's trash. I wouldn't say trash. Not even close. What? How are you going to look at these 8 mandatory poses and say he's trash? It's reply. Dylon. Joe doesn't have a tricep. Well, Martin only has a tricep, and his pose is kind of muddled sometimes. I think Martin tried to copy what Derek did to his arms to up his bicep size, but now both guys have lost their pink. Why is everything a question for you? Why are you including a question mark? I think Martin tried to copy what Derek did to his arms, aka the PMMA, but now both guys lost their peak. Trash is wild. Samson's bicep lack a proper peak, but it also doesn't look like he puts bro. I think, okay, when you see that smaller version of Samson really showed what his arms look like. Let's see here. What show? Oh, yeah. This is a pose that's coming. This is a video that's coming out at some point. So it looks like Samson's arms are deflated, but they peak in the wrong place. Like, it's just peak, and there's like no thickness to the like. He's a big abuser of oil too. Don't let Xavier twist and say like Hottie gets all the shit for the arms and the delts, but bro, is Samson better? Huh? You're questioning too, Dylon. When I entered the clueless questioning competition, but Renaud is my opponent. Yeah. Yeah. Samson and Martin have both clean looking arms, for better or worse. True. I doubt Martin has fiddled with his arms. There's separation. You can tell where his bicep inserts. Samson does look like, Marks Max Muscle says he slapped on some clay when he's, it does look like that in Samson's case. Like, it doesn't look like the peak is supposed to be there. It doesn't look like it's supposed to. I don't know. Xavier was just talking about, Marks Max Muscle is here. Crazy mention. Samson's arms stay the same size whether he contracts them or not. Yeah, that's the thing. Xavier was just talking about you. That guy is some piece of work. Samson needed to push 350 pounds to get natural peaks is baffling. It's just, it's an elaborate ruse to make everything else bigger so he can put more shit in his arms. Martin's quads alone could be a deciding factor, in my opinion. True, if we're talking about Joe versus Martin, which I think you were. Martin and Sampson's arms suck. Xavier agreed with you. Bodybuilding is a hard sport to cover. Though that's just true. That's just true. Sampson's biceps just don't have a tendon attachment. That's why they look weird. It's like it doesn't look like the tendon connects to the bicep. It's because his bicep isn't his bicep. It's artificially enlarged. Then I think he said you are a very nice fellow. Well, I am. I am. Mark, my glorious king. Mark and Xavier will both be on this channel Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to be ranking 2,000 physiques in our best 20 bodybuilder series. So, subscribe to stay up to date on that. But he'll be here. We hope. Both of them will be here. We can only hope. Anyway. Oh, yeah. We got to talk about Charles Griffin. Do I even want to? Someone said he's going to start showing signs of age. Unfortunately, I think so. Is this the update we looked at last night? Yeah, it is. I don't know. He's never had a physique I liked. I think the legs are getting worse. Bro, what is that side chest? I know he's always had a flat chest and the pec tear obviously probably makes it worse. But where's the chest? Where's the anything? Where is literally the anything? Marcus. Charles spamming that side tricep. Yeah. Why is he looking at me like that in the side chest? He looks classic. It's sad. I'm glad I did I put him top 5? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Can I change that? I would swap him and Tim. I did. Here's what I had. Yeah, now that I really look, I don't think I even looked at this picture last time. Oh, I was focused on the fact that his coach is 22. Or maybe he's just really young looking. Yeah, I don't know. 8 days out here. I mean, here we go, spamming the side tricep. Bro, flex your tricep, please. To me, this doesn't look good because you have everything striated, everything dry, and then you just choose not to flex your tricep. Oh, but look at the size. Yeah, it's not supposed to look like that. Flex your tricep, please. Hey, Marcus, where did you go the other day? True. Bro, please, for the love of God, flex your tricep. I'm begging. I have family over, so I was only staying for an hour, but we started so late. That's because Ark and others were late. Honest question. Do you think electric arm training, the stimulation machine, whatever it's called, I know what you're talking about. Derek shows on Instagram as BS. I think it's a gimmick and distraction from the PMMA. I guess there's some science behind it. They say it's stimulating, it's contracting. So you're making a bunch of little contractions as you manually contract for, a bicep curl, for instance. I guess maybe it can work, it would be the same principle as just having a trading partner, touch you in certain places so you feel the mind muscle connection, but on a different kind of scale because you're actually getting those mini contractions. So I don't know. Is it worth it? Probably not. I don't think Derek's arms will ever be good, especially after what he's done to them. When will it start? Who knows? We are getting induced Monday, boys. Wish me luck. Well, congrats on your pregnancy, Todd. You looked good pregnant. I will say that. Improved shit is still shit. It can help with nerve damage and rehab. I do know that, but yeah, you're not reviving those arms after you stuffed them with literal plastic. Best of luck, Dusty. Yeah, he's gonna need it. PMMA caused this nerve damage in his arms, I guess. Well, that's who would have thought that happened. Who could have known? Yeah, even his back doesn't. And I think he's in the harsh daylight here, but even that, it just doesn't look good. Yeah, I told him to change his profile picture back, and he obeyed like a good boy. His stuff is messed up for sure. It is. It is. Let's talk about someone that is good. Let's talk about that Colossus Ken, the dark horse of the whole show, in my opinion. Here's him last year at the 2025 Legion Sports Fest. What does this do with a slightly better back and with that, overall better condition? When does it even start? Like, why is the IFBB so incompetent? Who knows? Who knows? Charles is 44. Yeah, we could tell. Literally a dark horse. Like I said last night, emphasis on the horse. Derek's got to learn how to hit the back lat spread like he did back in 2024. He's probably too swollen to do so. Nick on tonight, only Nick. All right. Interesting profile picture. Who you got winning? Nick? Of course. Of course. Carlos Thomas Jr., if he was good. Yeah. I like this guy. Oh, Colossus or me? You can show up when you want. Dylan knows he needs your presence there. No. I waited because I wanted him there, but I don't need anyone's presence. Relax. With an improved back. But Mark was there in the last one, so I wanted him to be in this one. And people do like him. I'm not gonna say it wouldn't help, but like with all due respect, I'm not gonna say anything else. If bodybuilding shows were won solely based off a guy's lines, would Colossus Ken be winning? It would obviously be Charles Griffin with the vacuum. And does Nick have bad lines? Nick has poor lines. I don't think they're as bad as like when you go to the side, when you go to the front double from the like if we just took the silhouette of this, it's quite good. I mean, quite good is a bit of a stretch. It's decent. Like people say he's like DOA in a shot like this. No, like there is an X frame there. There's an X frame there for sure. Derek has ruined his arms. Today's bodybuilders look stupid. Well, he does for sure. We all know who has the best lines with an improved back. So, and the thing is, I think Ken is just a matter of time because he has good back insertions. He has great back insertions and great muscle bellies. He just needs a little bit of time. A little bit of time. Ben Blaster does gymnastic tricks in his free time. Pause. I can't see Ben Blaster's latest thing. I don't know. Hopefully it's not hidden from me on this side. I genuinely might prefer Nick's silhouette over Derek's. In every pose but the front double, that's just true. It's just true. Derek's shape is only good because of his vacuum in the front double. Other than that, his poses all look squashed. That's just what he looks like. If you were judging, where would you place Joe at the 2025 Olympia? Off the top of my head, I'm working backwards here, so I don't see it in totality. Top 5. But, I like mass plus condition. Like, to me, Nick Walker's like should have been second place just off of finals alone. So Nick Walker arguably could have won, which is a conversation people aren't ready for, but and I'm not going to bring it up here, but because we're going to be glazing Nick a lot today, I assume. Or maybe not. Maybe he comes in off and we have something good to talk about. Based in parkour pill. Let's see. I like you both because we love Black Queens. I love Black Queens. Marcus doesn't. He's told me that. I don't know if that's on record, but he's told me that. He doesn't. Okay, he doesn't hate them. Let me correct. He just, for the purposes of what I think you're talking about, he's just not interested in them compared to other demographics. Not as interested in them. I find Nick's shape from the side pose is good, like a plastic Coke bottle. It's not aesthetic because his glutes look thin from the side. I find, bro, you needed a question mark on this one. I like how you added the period instead of the question mark. I find Nick's shape from the side poses looks like a plastic Coke bottle. It's not aesthetic because his glutes look thin from the side. That's a weird reason to call something not aesthetic. I rewatched Derek's 2024 Olympia and genuinely started laughing when he turned around and hit his abs and thighs. Other than that, it was a good version, though. I think I think it's a little underrated. Are you excited for the show? If it would hurry up, I mean, please. I think the vacuum phase has run its course, and I prefer abs. I prefer abs out minus bubble gut way more than constant vacuums. This one needed an exclamation point. We got to stop putting so much emphasis on the vacuums and open. It's just not point. LMAO, dumb. Dylan has never tasted black. I no, that's actually not true. I have dabbled in the chocolate exactly once. And yes, unfortunately, it was a woman. What the fuck is that analogy? Renaud. Bro wants that Bonag ass. Thoughts on chosen subs? What is wrong with you people? I'll look it up for the sake of the stream, because we're waiting on these women's divisions. Chosen supplements. Oh, it's the brand that Ian Valier has out now. Is it out now? Officially launched. Will officially launch in 2026. Well, then I know nothing about them. But with that team, it's probably decent. I mean, like, all these supplement companies are better nowadays because, like, there's research behind this stuff, and you can't just put out a proprietary blend pre-workout. So a lot of them are decent, and with like people like Ian around, it's probably going to be a good brand. I don't know if it'll last because despite what I just said, unfortunately, still to this day, it's not about the products, even though they're all getting better. It's about the marketing, especially with supplements. He lying, hating to hate. Nick's glutes need to improve. Huh? I mean, maybe they're a little smaller on him, but that's just because like the width of the quad and the thickness of the hamstrings is just like out of this world. So could Krizo beat Joe in your opinion? No, I don't think so because of this back right here. Legs in 2025 looked like chewed up gum. Yeah. How long before the show starts? We should all ask that. We should all ask this question. I don't know. Neither do the people running the show. There are women's divisions, and they're going to hold open class hostage. Xavier has, in fact, tasted black. He has. Bro, it takes time to jerk the judges off, Dylan. Be fair to them. Krizo's going to be duking out with Presti and Beirut for 12th to 14th. No, this Olympia is like kind of thin. I got to be honest. Like, bodybuilding right now is kind of thin. You have these guys, like 8 guys at the top. And then like after that, it's just like a free for all. So I think Krizo can be like 10th to 6th, because there's 5 guys, or there's 6 guys that we think of: Hottie, Derek, Nick, Samson, Andrew, Martin. So that's 6. And maybe I think Hottie's going to get pushed out this year because I don't think he's going to look as good. And the judges have been looking for an excuse to push him down. He's been a thorn in their side for years for whatever reason. They've just never given him the credit. So I think he's going to get pushed down. And I think someone like Tonio could beat him. I think Martin might be able to beat him. So like Krizo will probably be around, like, if they want to like humiliate Hottie on his last time around, like they'll put him in a call out with like Brandon, an aging Brandon, and Krizo. Not that Krizo isn't good, but he's just not quite on that caliber, but he's up there. I think there's that 6 people. Whoever's going to be 7th fighting for 6th, they're going to be Tonio and Krizo. What's up, Milo? Has the show started yet? Bro, is that bait? Is that bait? Yo, can we boo off the Rena guy? I don't appreciate the Nick hate. Okay, well, listen here. Twink. Rena is providing us with entertainment with his inventive use of punctuation. Let's say that. Ducking it out, little quacker. I mean, duking it out. Thoughts on Sadiq's physique and why he should go to open and get huge. Sadiq, isn't he like 50 years old? What time does the open category start? Time will tell. We're still on the women. Okay, so someone that is watching the stream right now says open is not even out yet. So, Chow's hole. Why is the stream so delayed for me? Refresh. Chosen will give you Ian's calves. Brutal. Just 3 more hours of Masters 70 plus. Good news. There's good news in regards to that. They did the Masters bodybuilding stuff. They did all the Masters stuff yesterday. Photos were on NPC News Online. So we don't have to go through Masters Day. At least it looks like it. I don't understand why we would. So we got all that done yesterday. One less thing to go to. I'm seeing replies for comments like 40 seconds after they were sent. Well, I'm also, there's a lot of chats that I haven't caught up yet. Hey, Dylan, has the show started? Through the 2019-2025 Olympia, how many should Hadi have won? Well, let's just think about it. 2019, he should have won. 2020, no, because he showed up like 2 hours before prejudging or something. 2021, I think so. I did not like that version of Rami. Too many flaws. He won in 2022. 2023, yeah, because it's a Derek win, bro. Like, that version of Brandon Curry should have beat Derek. But it was a weak Olympia. 2024, he could have won, but I really like Samson and his physique, so let's not say that one. And then 2025. So what did I say? 19, 21, 122, and then 23, and then 25. So he should have had 5 Olympia titles. Let's say 4 or 5 Olympia titles by now. Okay, genuinely, why are we hating on Nick's back poses? Who's hating on Nick's back poses? The slow response time is simply due to Dilly's Spectrum stance. I'm just reading the chats. There's just a lot of them, which I appreciate. If you guys are watching the stream, please hit the like button and subscribe for more. Please, please. Hashtag free speech for... I'm just going to start saying renowned. I don't know what kind of name renowned is. We believe in free speech here. True. Even the Mexican. Is the show even on yet? No, they still got women's divisions going on. Is the men's open today or tomorrow? Well, it's on the schedule for today. We're just waiting on the other divisions to get done. Yo. Hi, Chow. Nice to see you back. Do you think Breon should just retire at this point? He's not placing top 15 in 212. Yeah, let's talk about it. Since we're still waiting on Open to show up, let's just talk about it. Why not? Let's bring up his latest update, unless he deleted it. Because I don't think he's been posting his updates, but I don't really know where they come from. Oh, boy. Okay. This was a week ago. He said what show he's doing. I can't remember. It doesn't matter to me. Maybe like the Linda Murray show or something else. I can't remember, but bro, he still looks classic. He was forced out of the classic division. Like, he was beaten over the head with lower and lower placings every single year, despite some years getting better than others. So, what was there to do? It was just retire or go to 212. So if he wants to have a little fun playing around in 212, okay. But I don't know if he intends to, do the same that he was doing in classic, being like a top 5, top 6, even like a second call out guy, but that's not it. I don't even know if he'll make first call out at that show he's doing. But again, it could be a small 212 show, as I don't know what he's doing. So who knows? Sadiq. Yeah, nice one. Do I have time to eat before Open? I would say more than likely. Mark thinks Nick should have won in 2022. It's certainly possible. I would agree with you. It's close, so I'm not gonna say I guarantee it, but the fact that Derek beat that version of Derek, which was still hatching from a 212 bodybuilder, beat Nick is just no. What time this fight starts? Everyone, please ask what time it starts. I don't know how many more times I can answer the question. We don't know because they're still doing women's divisions right now. Who's the gayest on stage? Yeah, the question of our time. Muscle Insight. Everyone go follow Muscle Insight if you haven't already. I assume a lot of you are. Joe is up 13 pounds in 1 year. If he brings nasty condition, it's going to be super impressive. I agree. Hopefully he'll win Atlanta or Texas. Could be trouble at his first Olympia. Does he intend to do those? Because after this Tampa show, there are only 3 shows left to qualify for the Olympia. There are still shows throughout the year, but they qualify for the next Olympia. Why we do that, I have no idea. It makes me so mad. I guess you can do it before or after the Olympia. Like they used to do that. The European tours post Olympia. Great idea because these guys are already in great shape and they can just hit shows back to back to back. But there are shows now before the Olympia that qualify for next Olympia. Why? What's the point? Because maybe they have to buy accommodations or whatever. I have no idea. But hopefully, yeah, there's like an Austria show and then Atlanta and Texas, if I'm not mistaken, after Tampa. So there's only 4 shows left if you include the one today. So, but if Joe does Atlanta and or Texas, he'll win. Because who do you have in Texas? Regan, who swears he's bringing something new. Where have we heard that before? When Nick won the Arnold, he only beat Ian and Kuklo, which are good bodybuilders, but they struggled to qualify for the Olympia. That's how average they were at pros. I think this discounts Nick's title. I think on paper it does, but the physique that he brought to that show speaks for itself. 2021 Nick is bro. Let's see if I can pull that up. 2021 Nick Walker. I gotta see if I hold on. I think I have some footage. 2021 Arnold Classic. Sorry. Nick Walker. I think this will be good. Loop. Like, just take a look at this. If you wanted to say this was his best version, I would understand. It was like Nick. You got to see that front double. Like he actually has a V taper. And the legs aren't as good as they are now, but bro, there's an actual taper to the pose. And the arms are great. Like he's more top heavy then than he is now, but this is a great physique. If you want to say it's his best, I could get that, but overall he is more competitive now. He's a more complete bodybuilder. But yeah, on paper I get it, but Nick's physique here speaks for itself. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely impeccable. I guess I'll just leave that playing because what else we're going to do? Has the show ended yet? All right, I gave my 15. See ya, Marcus. Going to check out Xavier's stream. Go fuck yourself, Marcus, is what I meant. I don't know how people think that Breon will even get into the first call out in any 212 show. Yeah, unless it's just absolutely bare bones. Holy, his arms looked okay, bro. What are you looking at? Renaud is a French name. You pronounce it like Renault. Renault? Renault it is. Let's not talk about Breon. How heavy was Breon in Classic? He was like, his weight cap got moved, so I may be misremembering, but it was like 88, 188 or like 192 or something like that. Thinking Hottie and Phil should have won every Olympia besides 2007 is a hell of a take. But they're good. They're good. Like how many Olympias have Ronnie and Phil won in this century? The majority of them, right? Because there's been like 25 or 26 Olympias, and there's 8 titles there. So, well, not because Ronnie won 2. So there's 6 titles plus Phil's 7. So there's 13. So it's right on the cusp of being half. And then Rami wins. So like these are guys like that are the best of all time. So I don't think it's too outlandish, to be honest. It's a hell of a take, but it's not too far off from the truth. Hottie, someone said it earlier, Hottie is the most robbed bodybuilder, maybe of all time. I'm a Ramon fan, but 2023 could have been a 3-man call out with Breon. I don't remember Breon specifically that year, but yeah. But then like next year in 2024, the weight cap just made him look skinny. 14th place was still a disgrace with Breon. Yeah. Samson deserved the 2024 Olympia. Well, I didn't give that one to Hottie. I said, but he steps on the Olympia stage, and this is the type of quality we get. Did Open start yet? Make it stop. Todd, did Open start yet? I don't know. Keep us updated if it does. Yo, Dan Manson's at table? Yeah. Someone brought that to my attention earlier or yesterday. The big Imbabble did. That's why Derek is obviously a psyop. There's no way you're going to play second looking like that without something fishy going on. Joe's goals get to the Olympia stage, so he will certainly continue to compete after Tampa. That's great because I want to see more of Joe. Pause. But yeah, he'll get there, and I just hope the judges give him a fair shake, like at the big stage, because Nick Walker may do like well at the Arnold, or he'll win a bigger pro show, but like on the Olympia stage, they make that waist, the biggest issue anyone has ever seen. But they'll let Derek's, bloated dead cats he calls arms just go off scot-free. Never got the Breon hype, bruh. Are you also a fanboy? Which category do you prefer? Classic? It's not even close. Classic sucks. I said this last night. Classic is an experiment gone wrong. After Chris Bumstead left, it took 1 year for most of us to realize that Classic is just a sham. It's just a money grab. Like, the results are all over the place. They don't know how to judge it. It's just like they're judging Classic more like open more like Classic. Like, they're enamored with small waists and open. Then Derek. But in Classic, they're like, who's the biggest and most shredded? Well, okay, that's not how Classic should go. I don't want the biggest or the most shredded guy to necessarily win a Classic show or the Olympia if he doesn't have the Classic shape. I want these divisions to look different. And like men's physique, I don't want them to look like Classic light. I want them to look more like the Beachbody look. So that's why we're going to get male fit model next year. But I'm going to suck being in a call out with 40. It's going to suck being in a call out with 40 women and be last call out. Oh, it's got to suck. I'm going to suck. Freudian slip. It's got to suck being in a call out with 40 women and be the last call out. Brutal. Regan, one more off-season Grimes. Might just go swim now. Good luck with the show, fellas. Ben, you look like a swimmer. When it starts, prejudging. We're waiting on women's divisions. How many times have I answered this question? 2021 Nick at the Arnold is a classic. Yeah. At the Arnold is fantastic. Yeah. I'm back again, gentlemen. Sorry I'm late. First of all, why the fuck can't we see the show again? I'll show you why. Because of this. This is what they put on their stream last night. They want to make sure no screen recording, no screenshots. If you even think about it, they'll take you out back and crucify you. When does the goon ring start? I've actually been gooning this entire time. Let's see here. The legs were bigger back then? No. Bro, Reno, please. How were the legs bigger back then? He said he'll do Atlanta if he loses here. Joan will win Austria, and I doubt Joe can beat Regan in Texas. Regan sucks, though. But, I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. If they're really, like, small waist, and Regan has, Regan's a staple at the Olympia, even though he's only placed, he placed, 9th that 1 year because nobody was there. But why does Regan need to go to the Olympia to place 12th at best? But I guess that's the same thing they're going to do to Joe if, because he has the thick waist. Legs have doubled in size since then. Yeah, really. What are you looking at, Reno? Kukla was white Bo Lewis. You can't discredit that guy. Well, they don't call him the King Snake for nothing. That text was about Breon, bro. Oh, well, we weren't even talking about Breon at that time. Ranchero, I'm way behind on the chat. Sorry, let me catch up. I'm going to skip some of it, guys. Sorry, I'll stay on top of it more. This guy's the best bodybuilding streamer. Why would anyone want to watch anyone else? I don't know. Let me put something more interesting on the stream, though. Let's look at Nick Walker at last year's Arnold Classic. And you guys can tell, Tony, you can tell me how anyone beats this at this show, at least. All right, bro. Brutal. I don't want these gifts to make it lag, so let me go past it. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. You can throw Jay in there, and where? Current Nick with 2021 Nick's waist is unbeatable in my opinion. This is why I find it so stubborn that like he doesn't want to wear a waist train or anything. Like just do it. Just do it, bro. You with a smaller waist is just like a slightly less good version than Phil Heath because he has everything. He's the most consistent. He's the most shredded. He has all these body parts, the best set of poses. I would be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this. I'd be looking to have some of my ribs removed. But yeah, Brian was amazing in 2023. Okay, Ranchero, stop with the glaze, even though it's a deserved glaze. Don't stop. You want some cheese with that wine? Put the stream on, Chud. Xavier plays hilarious mood music in the background of his streams. Also, might have overdone it with the hair dye today. Sorry. I assume you're talking about yourself because you know you're an older gentleman. Hey, some women and some people are gonna like the salt and pepper. Nothing wrong with that. Classic sucks? No way, bro. You're telling me you're excited to see like Mike, who's 212 light, Rough Diesel, who's 3 feet tall, and Ramon, who can't pose to save his life for the top 3. You're excited to see that? And you're excited to see one. Look, the whole structure of Classic is messed up. There are 100 pro shows in Classic. So anyone that is somebody, so what are there? There's like 20. If we were to put a tier list, there are 20 guys that are D and above that deserve it, or C and above. All those guys could just show up to a show and win one of them. Okay. Or I think they have to win 2 now to like guarantee it, on points. But like, I know they have to compete more because of the point system, but they should make the point system even harder because like you'll just have a guy over here competing. You can have 2 major names win their qualification or like off points win, pretty much guarantee themselves for a qualification in one weekend because there are shows back to back. Why? Literally why? Do you think Anton will do well at the Olympia? I hope so. Also, give some opinion on Laszlo. Poor guy getting thrown around despite having the best shape. Yeah, let me bring that up. Hold on. Because here's what the judges are literally dumb. Okay? They know nothing. Nothing. Judges' feedback today. This is Laszlo's own words. Judges' feedback today. Potential to the roof. Are we serious? Really? Huh? Like, classic judging is arbitrary, but it's not arbitrary in the right way. Like, they're just saying, well, if he's the biggest and most conditioned, like Mike Sommerfeld, he should win. Well, no, and it's okay to not be those things and to judge classic differently from open. That's all I'm saying. Men's physique is too big. Exactly. But because they've said whoever pushes the envelope the most wins. No. I get you, but I honestly prefer classic at the Olympia almost every year. That's crazy. When is the start showing? Bro, make it stop. Make it stop, please. I don't know. Uh-oh, Muscle Discord is streaming. Dylan about to leave his own stream to watch. No thanks. Regan does look great as always. Like always. No. I mean, it looks great. Did they start yet? Are you going to stream it? Brutal. I want to see Project and Marcus at last year's Arnold. What are you referring to exactly, though? I don't have any videos. I have a couple of videos of us from the Arnold, but not as much as you do. Let's see here. Okay, well, let's move on. Let's move on. Who else did we not talk about? We've talked about it all, bro. Okay, but look at this. And I get it. They're going to say, oh, but his back wasn't the best and his condition wasn't either. I'm not saying he should outright win the Olympia. This is him over here. I'm not saying he should outright win the Olympia, but physiques like this are what we should be rewarding. Guys like Logan Franklin, Laszlo, you know, I can think of a few more, but guys like Breon, you know, like the spitting image of Robbie Robinson 2.0, like how cool, like Wesley and Breon being the top two call out, or Logan and Breon being the top two call out. A shorter, more stockier guy like Franco Colombo, but still more classic than a guy like Mike. But then like a tall, more wiry guy like Logan Franklin, like that should be the top two. There's room for both in classic. What's your opinion on tomatoes? Stop asking me dumb questions. Please stop. Was Sebum full of oil? It seems that 212 guys have the freakiest physiques now. Like pound for pound, they kind of do. Start show winning. Even with the vacuum, it's bad. The whole front side is blurry. We're talking about Derek, I assume. None of the big shows should have more than 15 competitors. Yeah, I agree. 20, whatever. It should not have like, it should be first come, first serve. Sam was able to the fact that Sam was able to debut in the top 10 on the second biggest stage of the year for that division, classic, says everything. He's good, but again, why is Hakeem getting less traction than so much of classic? But again, why is Hakeem getting less traction than so much of classic? I don't know. Don't know. Let's see. I'm excited for Wiley in the future. Send me the link to this one. You want to be on here? I'm not watching. I don't know what league you're talking about. When does the women's show start? It's happening right now. Guys, let's go to Muscle Discord. Dylan's not going to put the stream on. He's not either. He's not either. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Honestly, bodybuilding shows end up being back competition half the time nowadays. Until Derek Lunsford comes on the scene, and then all of a sudden, front doubles are what matters. Like even his back double, like Nick can clown him in the rear double, and they'll give him the Pittsburgh, you know. So, yo, Gilco did put out a good some videos today from the classic show yesterday. We can take a look at those. Let's see. We can see Gabriel up close and personal. Man, if only, bro. If only. They don't need Dylan. Let them go see their muscle Discord, bro. What are your thoughts on the Grego decline? He was never good to begin with, to be honest. What you want to bet that a lot of what he got was because of Derek, because he's like Derek's butt buddy for real. He is like the on-site glazer for Derek Lunsford. If you see the training videos, Matt is there just like screaming at him, bro, you're the best in the world. This is for all of it. Okay. Please stop. Please. I'm begging. Thank God they got their own gym because I don't want to be anywhere near that. Dylan, if you can peg one competitor. Let's see here. Matt Grego should be an open. Also, dude has so many eights. Well, that's why he can't go to open. I think he knows that. Let's see. Oh, what was the question? Dylan, if you can peg one competitor. Probably be a classic guy. Does San Marias count? Peg Rami? Matt Cucco? Okay. Grego has no arms. Yeah, but they're really long, bro. He looks like a knuckle dragger. Be honest, where would Urs plays at the 2025 Classic Olympia? I have him 6th or 7th, honestly. Yo, low key, I wouldn't place him at all. I think there are a ton of good guys that can beat Urs if given a fair shot. We're looking at one. So based on like their 2025 Olympia versions, like Urs is not even top 10 for me. Regan might be the most obvious choice. Well, okay, bro. Does Flex need a peg? Let's cool it, bro. Okay, but here's the guy who placed second, Gabriel Zancanelli, and then here's the guy who won. Just what thoughts do we have? He's obviously more shredded, but again, what about the classic shape? Now I said, look, I think it's okay to sound like Tyler Mannion, you know, the small waist, because it's about classic. It's about that classic shape. Yes, this guy was more shredded, but it's not open, you know? LOL, I'd peg Derek to see what the hype is. Bro, I'd peg Derek to see what's the hype in him the judges are taking each night to score. Urs knew when to leave, let's be honest. Yeah, now he has more hype because he's kind of like the novelty of him in open. But after that wears off, I don't know, bro. I don't think it's going to be too good. When are open? Bro, I think you just got here, Tom. I think you've commented on my streams before or one of my videos, but people have been asking that nonstop. We don't know because there are women's divisions. Zancanelli improved so much shape-wise. His V-taper wasn't close to this before. He fixed his vacuum as well with better projection. Have you seen Rep 1 Talents? No, I haven't, but that's the second time it's been brought to my attention. Do I need to? But anyway, I would have Gabriel beating this dude, and people are going to come for me and say, oh, the condition. It's classic. It's classic. So yeah, I'm gonna have to revert to like why can Derek win off of the small waist, but when it comes to classic, they just don't want to do that. Like, what's the point? Camaro or Mustang? What is it with the stupid questions, bro? Camaro. Classic guys should flex their abs more. They be spamming vacuums. Some of these MFers don't even look that good. If you have that V-shaped rib cage, you should not hit a vacuum. And I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people. So no vacuums for me. I'm sorry, Corelli should not have won this one. Had it Gabriel, Corelli, Kellen, Laszlo. Oh, Corrali. Matt. But Laszlo and Kellen can be switched if judged differently. The Corrali is the guy who won. Right? Or is it Kellen? Hold on. What is this dude's name? Krylo. So I assume that's who you're talking about. You just misspelled it. You put it O instead of I. So you would have had it Gabriel, whatever his name is, Kellen, Laszlo, Matt. I would agree with that. With Laszlo and Kellen can be switched if judged differently. Yeah, because Kellen was a better bodybuilder, but Laszlo was more classic. So yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. Hot take: the only version of C-Bums that wouldn't beat Ramon or Mike would be 22 and 24. Not that he couldn't lock in and do it, but he's kind of overrated in my opinion. Mods, ban this person. JK. Too many bikini competitors. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 2 hours since the show started because they started at 11:15, not 11, and we are still waiting. Make it stop. My mind is seriously deteriorating. It's been two godforsaken hours, over 100 real life minutes. I know. That take was insane. Yeah, bro. Oh shit. Already did it. What are you talking about? Already did it. Already did what? I mean, Chris Bumstead already beat these versions of Ramon and Mike, so the only version of C-Bum that wouldn't beat Ramon or Mike would be 22 and 2024. Both of those were fantastic versions, though. Like, I think those were like his, besides, like, if you want to say, like, the open one was his best, which I don't think it would be. I think 2024 is, in my opinion, his best. And then 2022, I think that's going to be the popular choice. I do like 2020, though. But I think, oh, shit, already did. Are you serious? Bro, unban him. Unban him. Hold on, let me check if that's even true. There's no way you did that. I hope you're lying. Can I even look at community moderation? User management? Hidden users? No, I don't think you did. I think you're lying. Good bait, though. Good bait, though, Tony. Brody. Oh, he lives. He lives. C-Bum was above the weight cap with mid biceps. Don't matter. Don't matter at all. Judging open like classic, judging classic like open. It's the name of the game nowadays. Giving Gabriel a thicker chest and bigger legs, he would be top 6. I think, yeah, if he just locked in like as is, but just slightly sharper condition, and again, by their own standards, even with him with slightly sharper condition is what I'm trying to say, he should be top 6 at the Olympia. This is a great structure. Dylan said both of them. Hot take: classic should allow more creative posing and mandatory poses for pushing for that creativity. Charisma was always part of old school bodybuilding. Here's the thing. The judges got rid of the posing rounds because they said, you know, like, we're not going to judge posing. It's not objective. They can't be objective around it. But as soon as it's time to create a women's division, fitness, where they judge two-thirds of the score is worth a routine, like a posing routine with dancing, all of a sudden they know how to judge posing. But they don't know how to judge it for classic or open. I just find that funny how that works. Melvin 2001 Ironman, but shredded or sharper glutes and hams would have dominated each era. I'm not familiar with exactly Melvin from the 2001 Ironman. Check messages. Send the link. Oh, Marcus wants to be. Hold on. Marcus, I'll send you a link just a second. Maybe a stupid question, but do you enjoy kind of being a smaller creator in a specific niche, or would you like to continue to grow your channel a lot? I like to grow my channel a lot because the thing is, like, I'm not going to. Unfortunately, for better or worse, I've never been able to really change my personality. So what you see is what you get, no matter if it's 6,000 subscribers or 60,000. My ultimate goal in bodybuilding, actually, I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it. It was a subscriber count goal, but I do want to be a bigger channel because, like, just being a small channel just sucks, bro. And I don't mean like a massive channel. Like, I know we're in bodybuilding. And I'll never be Nick Strength of Power with 1 million subscribers. But if I just have a solid base of subscribers that, you know, and that I could connect with, like, I want to have close to the amount of connection I have to my fans now, you know, and I won't be able to have it as niche or as strongly knitted as it is now. But if I can keep it at a good level while growing my audience, that's perfect. And I think I can do that if it's like 20, 40, 60,000 subscribers. Honestly, any Melvin Anthony could go toe-to-toe with Flex, maybe a new video idea. I don't want to compare anyone with Flex because, unfortunately, not you, Fariz, but people are too stupid to realize that Flex is one of the most overrated bodybuilders of all time. And some days I can take the comments. Look, I don't mind comments that are like, you're wrong, but, like, it's people that, like, are so blatantly just, like, stupid. Like, saying, like, Flex clears anybody nowadays. Come on, bro. You're just not using your brain. And then you think you're smarter than me when that's your take. That's what gets me. I'm not offended by insults. I'm offended by the amount of stupidity that goes into some people's comments. You'll get there for sure. Your videos are too high quality. Well, thank you. Thank you. Almost all big channels spout shitty takes for normies. Or, you know, Muscle Discord has a decent sized channel and he doesn't, but he does still kind of tap into an audience that they say they aren't normie, but they are. They're just counter signaling the normies. They're still like, there's a yin and a yang, but overall, the overarching umbrella term is normies. Like, I make videos appealing to probably too small of a niche, but anyway, I gotta send a link to Marcus. Let's see if he behaves himself. We'll see what Marcus has to say about all this. Oh, I gotta send it to him via email. Okay. Biz.Marcus. Marcus, please behave yourself. Let's not be rude, but it has been sent. I want to know if you're evil. Well, I can certainly be swayed by money. I'm swayed by money in chat all the time. Dylan, I really need to know if your tomatoes on burgers. Very thin. Very thin. I think having like the size of a tomato on a burger is literally retarded. Yeah, I think this is the only channel with like decent, reasonable takes. Oh, here's a matchup. Do you think Hottie 2024 Arnold Classic, Nick at the Pittsburgh, Martin 2025 Prague are all top 20 physiques of all time? Yes. And 2 of those are top 10. 2 of those are top 12. Hottie's the one I'm not super sold on because he's a bit smaller. Nick is legit within my top 10 physiques of all time. And people aren't ready for that opinion. And I know I'm going to get hate for it. But you know, you can't teach stupid. So who is your most overrated bodybuilder of last season? Shit. Most overrated bodybuilder of last season. Let me look at the Olympia from last year. Mr. Olympia, NPC. Okay, who's the most overrated on this list here? Of last season? This season, it's Andrew Jacked. Last season, good veto. Good veto. Oh, wait. These 3 right here. It's like the trio of the trilogy of being overrated. Good veto, Beirut, Jordan. Oh, I guess Urs in there too, but if I had to pick the most out of those 3, I mean, bro, you had Jay Cutler saying Jordan was eventually going to be top 4 at the Olympia. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Or Beirut Tabani, you know, because Milos just hypes him up, and because we've never seen Beirut next to anybody, people thought he was going to be top 5. And yeah, he did drop the ball, but he was never going to be top 5. His legs are too weak. He can beat a lot of people because he has a lot of tools, but his legs are too weak for that echelon of bodybuilding. So that was totally stupid. Totally dumb. Yeah, but then Urs, people were thinking, yeah. Jay Cutler also said Urs is going to be like top. He literally said top 6 or 7 in the height of the 6 or 7, you know, joke. So Jordan, Urs, Beirut, good veto. People thought he was going to be like something like he has the front double, but like every other shot is not good. Not good. So he's still overrated. So I would say Jordan or Beirut. Or Urs, yeah. Probably still Jordan because I think enough people thought Urs, you know, wouldn't do too much because he's in Classic. The funny thing is that when Nick first turned pro, all the channels were comparing him to, you know, the greats, Ronnie Phil, etc. And people were saying that he was on that level. So why now do they say he's he's not top 10? Because it's just the normie take. People can be so easily influenced, bro. All it takes is one reactionary to post a reel that a few people agree with, and then it just snowballs out of control, especially in bodybuilding because the fans are just not that smart. And there's no real objectivity. You know, like we know Ronnie and Phil's the best, but so many people have the wrong opinions. And then like they hide behind like they think their subjective opinion is objective because like, oh, this is what bodybuilding should be, the small waist or whatever. It's just a lot of factors. It just boils down to bodybuilding fans and reactionaries and just not that high IQ. Okay. This Bonac is overrated. Prime Bonac is underrated in top 10 of all time. He's one of my favorite physiques, 2017 Bonac, but I don't know if I can put him top 10. Hold on. Someone had a good question. Someone had a great question about Hottie and okay. Dylan, do you have Martin Prague over Hottie 24? No, that's not what I said, but no. The stage sucks. Well, don't they all? 2019 Hottie is better than 2024. I can get where you're coming from. Bob Chick is so out of the loop. He just said Milos just started coaching Beirut like China was their first show together. Bob is dumb. And I saw him like attacking Fuad the other day for, I don't even know, God knows what reason. But Bob and Sean and these people are jealous of people like Fuad because they're less connected. Fuad isn't as connected as Bob, obviously. And he's not as old as Bob. So even though Fuad is older, Bob's boomer mentality is still kicking in. It's like, oh, who's this young kid that, you know, he's not the Olympia MC. Fuad is dumb with his takes a lot of the time. He's just very smoothed brain. But Bob is just like an insufferable boomer a lot of the times. Unironically, though, I said I wouldn't do interviews on this channel, and I wouldn't do an interview per se, but I would like to talk with Bob because he dishes it out, but he can take it a lot of the time. He'll go back and forth with people, so I think that'd be one of those guys that'd be fun to actually talk to. So if someone wants to give this to Bob, I can set it up. Top 10, I assume we're still talking about Bonac. Top 10, no, but he's up there with the top 20. Definitely. Am a fan of small waist bodybuildings. I'm a fan of this small waist bodybuilding, but I hate the arms, the shit arms, and no quads. Fair enough. Fair enough, to be honest. That's why Samson, even though he has clear weaknesses, is infinitely better to me than Derek. I think Bob just might have dementia. Brutal. How much would Derek have to pay you to make you a glazer to defend his last Olympia win? I mean, not to be like crazy or anything, but like a salary, a small salary, like whatever the median is, like 33,000, like, because that's a job. That's a job. So like a salary. For the record, if we're okay with thinking Nick could have won 25, then I have no issue for the conversation with 18 with Rami too, even if his first night was much worse than Nick's. Look, Rami, even though he got much better at finals, actually lost a point. I think he got 29 points at prejudging, but then straight sixth, so to 30 points at finals. So they didn't even give him a look at finals, even though he brought his best version ever, and maybe what is the third best bodybuilder physique that has ever been on a bodybuilding stage, and they overlooked it. So at minimum, he should be a lot higher. Like that overall, with how much he should have jumped, it beat Sean Roden. Like that physique squashes 2018 Sean Roden. Not even close. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Now, there won't be any comparison photos, direct comparison photos, but let me just pull this up. Mom Dua. I have to search Mom Dua instead of Big Rami. Let me just pull this up. 2018 finals. Let's see. Yes. Say what you will about prejudging. I get it, but still, he's still freaking massive. He got beat by Brandon. Here's the physique that beat Big Rami, by the way. Bro, what? You don't got the Tampa link? No. Oh, do you want to buy the stream? It's in the description. But I don't have access to like I don't know if someone's out there like showing it illegally. I have no idea. And if you do know of a stream that is being shared illegally, do not share it in chat. Do not do that. I will be forced to delete the chat. You know, we just can't do that. It's illegal. I want to keep this stream up. I'm not showing any of it, but whatever. Rami's blatant synthol using the quads will always be a black mark on his career, in my opinion. Yeah, that's why I don't have him winning 2021, because like there were literal holes starting to develop where his quads were getting hollowed out. Okay. Rami at finals. So this physique is only good enough for 6th place. Only good enough for 6th. What? And there's not even too many photos of him at bro. Only good enough for 6th. Little market.
So little Dilly. Oh, I need to change my my camera. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you. But there's an echo. No.
All right, let me mute myself. Give me a second.
All right. But yeah, anyway, this Rami only being 6th is crazy. Like I get it. Whatever happened at prejudging, but we got to stop viewing the judges at prejudging just at finals. When finals comes around, they more so just like confirm what they saw at prejudging. They don't judge it again. To me, we should view them as like almost separate shows. Like if you wanted to even redo like the call outs again to see who's on tonight and who wasn't on, who improved or whatever, I'd be okay with it. I don't understand their fascination with like rushing the Olympia. Like the Olympia prejudging, the entire show last year was 6 hours. Open prejudging from start to finish was only an hour. Why are we so, and they don't do as many callouts as they should. I don't know. Little Marcus just woke up. It's cathartic to see Dylan glaze Rami after years after his career. It was frustrating to be a Rami fan. I know. I should have been there. Nah, he jimmied his legs up, man. Even if it was this gear, his 2023 Arnold look. Yeah. I know a lot of people wanted to say that he was robbed in 2023, but I can't get past the quads, man. Maybe he should have been higher, but he shouldn't have won. Is the standard for the ideal physique change year to year? Because the dynasty time period of open seems to have passed. It does. Marcus, do you think a dynasty makes it more popular than like what we have where they just change it from year to year to year? Does it get old after a while?
Before I wasn't listening.
Like we haven't had a dynasty in years, right? And
yeah,
I feel like bodybuilding was more
I think
popular.
a dynasty helps.
I think so
It
too.
helps.
I've come to that opinion.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to the dynasty, it's because now you got people. It's the same thing like how I kind of viewed this Tampa Pro show in the sense of this could be another run of the mill of Chicago, or not to throw shade or anything, but like how we viewed those shows. But the reason that it's something is because, well, it's a spectacle. All of a sudden, Nick Walker is there. Now we got people like Joe chasing Nick, and putting people on these pedestals. Say it again.
It's his show it's a Nick show to lose.
Exactly.
So yeah, I feel like that dynamic is like better because you can have your underdogs and that like that figure that final boss kind of figure that seems like unbeatable.
Yeah. I mean, we saw with Phil, we saw with Kai. I mean, down the line.
Exactly. A dynasty makes it popular because there's excitement to beat the champion. For a while, I think maybe it's a little exciting for having to go back and forth, but now, now that it's been like years, it's like really boring. Like I never got tired of the Chris Bumstead thing.
You start to look at them a little bit lesser. Like when you really think about it, I'm not trying to throw any shade.
They did that same thing with Bill.
Look at the last, but look at Brandon. Look at some of the people we've had win as of late. A lot of people don't really put them at that level yet. Weirdly enough, Brandon Curry, the Sampsons, like even though they're great bodybuilders, they're not viewed in the same light at all. And they might not be because there's not somebody who's sitting there matching them, taking them to that level. The same way that a Phil versus a Kai, Haney, and whomever else he was even remotely competing against. I mean, the Samirs out there, things like that. But you need a rivalry. You need it. You need to pick a good guy, a bad guy. I mean, that's so many people were sitting there. I think if you were a fan of bodybuilding in like the 2010 era, you were going to either hate Phil or love him. You were going to love Kai or think.
But you felt strongly. That's the thing. People felt strongly. Like no one really has any strong opinions besides the fact that they don't like Derek. Like that's the strongest opinion I see. For better or worse, people can say I'm wrong or whatever, but like they don't like people aren't really excited to see a competitor. They just want to see the show happen. And I don't think that's actually as strong as it sounds on paper. People, we're human. We get invested in stories and other people, not necessarily like this event that's happening.
The emotional part of it.
Exactly. Judging criteria needs to be standardized. Dynasties are the result of genetic aliens or corrupt judging. I know like people like some dynasties do, or like Dorian's where like he clearly should have lost at least one of his titles, but like a lot of the time like they are just so good they set the standard, but like let's not act like they can't do the same with Nick. Nick could easily be the standard nowadays. And he showed up a lot of the time. Hottie was that guy, but he was never getting as much credit as he deserved.
Rami could have been that guy. I mean, we're on him. Rami could have and should have been that guy who could have had a couple of he could have a little dynasty going. He could have at least been on Cutler's level.
Yeah, 3, 4, maybe 5. But yeah, I think with Rami, he just got stuck between a rock and a hard place because he was competing during the Phil Heath era. and then like he took 2019 off. I think if he took 2019 off, his career would have been better. I don't know. Like, and even then, like he should have locked in. Like he could have beaten Phil Heath given the structure if he had just brought his back up.
And Louisa made a phenomenal point. I feel it's just like how people see the period post Frank Zane. Every title between him and Haney effectively gets ignored. That is exactly how I feel. Yeah. And that's how I fear this era will be a little bit. Very good point.
Even though these guys are good, it's just like even Frank Zane largely kind of gets ignored because it was still kind of a transition period, but people still recognize Frank Zane. I think that's more for the physique, but so you had like Franco gets ignored. People like just forget he won on Olympia, and then you had Samir, you had Chris Dickerson. I actually just forgot who won in '82. That's why I was struggling to name his name. Men coming up. Finally, Marcus, who do you have placing second? Assuming you have Nick Walker placing first.
Yeah, I have. I think, put it this way, I think either Joe is gonna be second or Joe's gonna be like fifth. That's truly how I feel. I think either Joe's gonna get second or he's gonna be like fifth. I don't know if James can do it, man. I would like to see James sit there and be able to get that second place, but it's going to be tough.
He has the momentum.
He does.
I think he's kind of getting out of his funk now. Not his own funk, but like the judges were like straight up haters for a while, like placing him like 9th or 7th or whatever in Japan. It's just like, okay, that
hurt.
Yeah, I thought he's back from the dead. I thought his career was legit done. But anyway, can you roast me, Dylan? I pulled a black Patron and bought the wrong stream. No way. Marcus, do you know about this? So
no, but I'm so happy you called him Black Patron instead of Black Patron.
I should keep calling him Black Patron at this point.
You got to. It's beautiful.
Yeah, Black Patron. So on the Tampa Pro website, it says the link you actually click to go to the cart says buy bundle $39.99. Now it does also say does not include the other 2 days. But why would you call it buy a bundle? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you think you're getting
and it's $40. So you would think surely if I wanted to watch the whole show, bundle. I'm not paying $120. That just seems too outrageous to be true. So $40 seems like what I could pay for the bundle. Nope. And now it's claimed 2 victims. It's claimed Black Patron and Dan.
Dang, Dan. So that means he has to spend $70 if he wants to watch it today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because 30 and then the 39 and 29.
What else is even bundled? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up.
That was beautiful marketing, I must say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. And if you want, again, link to the live stream is in the description. Let's see. I don't even know where it's at. Okay, it's down here. Okay. Tampa Pro Saturday. I guess Dan clicked on the wrong one because I had to scroll to find this one. It's not at the top. Let's see. Does not include Friday and Thursday show. Is she on the stream? Oh, but anyway. Buy bundle, $39.99, one video. But I mean, to me, it's just like, surely the actual bundle wouldn't be like if you wanted to buy all 3 days of the stream, it's like $100. Maybe the other 2 days for $30 a piece, but that's crazy. Jarvis, pull up the bundle. When is open? Apparently right now, but I just can't show any footage because Marcus, I don't know if you saw this. They posted this on their last live stream, and they basically said they're going to lynch you if you posted even screenshots of the stream.
That's why I see your message.
My banner.
There will be no screenshots. No.
Well, I wanted to, and I didn't even buy the stream. So
Dylan out here trying to stay in good graces.
I am though. Like,
please, IFBB, don't take this away from me.
Ain't buying another bodybuilding show bundle. Brutal.
Dang, man.
$100 for 4080p. Did you buy the stream,
Yeah, it
Marcus?
sucks, Dan. When I get on my podcast, I'll say yes, I did.
Do you think Tyler Mayne's recap videos are to convince the masses of bad decisions, or is it an attempt to stop the riots? Maybe a little of both. Like, I think I make compelling cases. Like, I thought people were going to come with their pitchforks over my Dorian video and my James video, but if people hear me out, I think I make a compelling case. I don't think Tyler's super convincing, though.
Your take on James and Beirut, I caught a glimpse of it. That was not bad. You did good there.
Not bad.
No, you did good. Like, well, come on. Like, I mean, in the sense of like what you'd want to hear. So, like, comparing it to like how Tyler covered it, like, obviously Tyler's going to spend way more time being, professional and try to be as, coy as possible, to where I think you did a good job. Truly. Wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, no screenshot. Okay, easy there. The bundle is so you get the replay afterwards, is what it says. I never got that. Some people some shows after the fact charge if you want to watch the replay. That's it'll be,
that's wild. If you paid for
it, right? Like, or even then, like, and it'll be like the same price as like the stream to watch a show that happened a week ago. Replay of day one. Yeah, replay of the amateurs or classic and 212. What a treat. I just sent you backstage hotel lobby video on Instagram. Let me pull it up. Thank you, Muscle Insight HQ.
Shout out to Muscle Insight.
I can freaking touch him. Oh, here they are. Can I loop this?
Finals is later today.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. It's probably going to be back to back. There they are. There they are. There's James. Charles is up there. I see him. Okay, well, now it's shifting. Let's see. There's Charles's coach. There's Charles. Yo, there's Nick. There he is. Here he comes. There's Joe. Yo, keeping that midsection locked in, I must say. Looks pretty good. Patrick. Okay. Let me go back because I don't want to dox our DMs. And then we have, what is this? Why would you send me this, bro? It's so over. It's so over. all of Marcus's little buddies.
Hey, shout out to Steve. Shout out to Jim.
Brutal. So it looks like we're gonna get some actual material soon. Twitch streams have free VODs for more prestigious events than the VODs for Big Tampa. Straight up goon fuel. Okay. Derek Lumpsford will win the Tampa Pro because of the rear glute spread. Heard that before. I'll be there later today at Tampa, like physically. If so, DM me on Instagram and feel free to send. Well, I can't. It would be a national tragedy if you were to send me photos of you in person. They would just be for my personal taste. Where do I watch this for free? Don't know. Don't ask because it's illegal. Men's Open. Be ready, Dylan. I'm not showing those screenshots, by the way. If any screenshot gets sent to me, I'm not going to be able to put it on the screen. But Marcus trying to ride that IFBB NPC train. Brutal. Yeah, I live like 40 minutes from Tampa. That's pretty hot. Bodybuilding equivalent of taking a photo with Epstein, not gonna lie. Also, that's pretty hot. Maybe on Vimeo, they'll never notice a live stream. I didn't even know that was still a website.
Honestly, yeah, that's the way we should be going. Like some what's that old?
You can see it on my MySpace.
Periscope. Yeah.
It's on my highlights are on my Visco. Tyler is not, but Steve is, and there's another Olympia judge, Bill Siblia. He's an Olympia judge. But yeah, so Steve is. That arguably may be worse, to be honest. I think Steve may be worse than Tyler at this point. I can swing. Okay, I can swing my 2-incher on camera and still be more entertaining than this show. What do you think of Dan Mason's? People keep. Do you know who this is?
No.
People keep bringing him up. Dan Mason's.
I have a bad feeling Nick will be off. Really?
Doesn't matter though, you know, like
yeah, he can come up like New York Pro in what is that, 2024, 23 New York Pro, and I still think he'll be okay.
Which looking back, it wasn't that bad. People blew that out.
It wasn't. People the gut patrol motherfuckers
even I did
were out
that.
There just
But now I'm more based and Nick pilled. Bro, why do you keep asking about this dude? Like, why does everyone like okay, like, I don't know. He's like nothing too special to me. He's good. Not necessarily.
I want to know your take on something. I want to know your take on, and I'm just curious. I don't have much of a stance on it.
I prefer trans women over femboys.
Really? Okay. I figured. I figured that'd be your choice. It's a little shocking, but I don't know. I thought you were gonna go to femway, but no. What do you feel about the judges, like even like the head judge or anybody, like say if Tyler Mannion did it, or even like some of what we see with Steve, where he'll do like certain interviews with competitors. Do you think that should be allowed?
I was talking about this the other night. I don't know if you heard any of that, but I said it really rubs me the wrong way. It's like I don't want to see. It's like state media, you know, like Russia or like North Korea. North Korea has their own state media where it comes directly from, you know, Pyongyang, their capital. Like they're peddling that, you know, it gives me that sort of vibe, you know, like I noticed it with like Suki. I like Suki, but like, I'm just saying he's everywhere. And now he's like getting involved with like the Olympia and like Flex Lewis is obviously in bed with the Olympia. You know, he says he's trying to promote it as much as possible, but is it, you know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine type of thing. And like, oh, bro, I don't know if you saw, you know, have you seen Frank Seppi and Steve doing interviews, like live interviews on the Olympia page? Have you seen that recently?
I think I saw a clip and that's what made me think about it. And to where I feel like I love the fact that they're out there getting their voices out with like maybe like the people like yourself or like any type of podcast, not active current bodybuilders. I think if it sticks to the posing, okay, I love when Steve used to do like the posing clinics in the back and like all those. I'm cool with that, but I just don't know. I feel like it might look away kind of thing for the sake of them, like for the sake of the whole industry itself.
It's the equivalent of being bought out by Israel. Okay, but what I was saying, Steve and Frank will do like interviews in like, you know, Steve's office at, you know, Bev Francis.
Yeah.
And he'll sit there and he looks like this. He looks like I would send it in the Discord. I was sending his interviews. I'm like, man, he looks like really tired. And I know he's like older than like, he's like 70 years old and he looks tired. But then he had a Derek Lunsford interview like last week. He was beaming, bro. He had a smile on his face. He was just in a chipper mood to see Derek. I wasn't even the only one that said that. Tony saw it and he said the same thing. He's like, bro, doesn't Steve look a little more upbeat today? And I was like, yeah, he does. But anyway, Nick is killing Joe already. What the fuck? Nick didn't tan his face. When does he ever, though? You know, hope Nick controls the guts between shots. I think the posing clinics and interviews send mixed signals on the standard they look for. I don't know if you've ever seen, you know, you see Steve try to correct some of these guys' posing. Krizo was the only one I've seen make a positive difference. A lot of the time he makes zero difference, but then other times he's like giving them just straight up wrong advice.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the videos back on like George DeBull Peterson and all that. And I appreciate those. Like I think that I would want to know as an athlete what this head judge wants from me in the sense of, okay, do this, do that. I mean, if that's the judging criteria, shoot, you know, let me listen and take heed. But yeah, it is like one of those things where you got to stay the correct amount of distance from it, I feel personally.
I completely agree. So the open is on now. I cannot show screenshots or they'll literally eat my family. So we're going to wait until footage comes out. And if anybody knows of anything on Instagram, I'll be refreshing the RX Muscle page. But if you see anything, make sure you tell me in chat or send it to me via DM and I'll pull it up ASAP. So no screenshots as that would be illegal. so we won't do that. We'll just have to wait and see. I believe James will beat Joe. Is that how it's looking?
Wow. Yeah,
Joe looks quite off from the front. Dang, Nick smoked. GG's, Nick won. Is Nick chewing gum? He chewed gum on the Pittsburgh stage. Dorian said something about it. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
I noticed too.
Oh man, yo, if that's how it's looking, yeah. I mean, I think this is all what we expected. Game over. Nick is gonna come in and just kind of.
And I mean,
and this is the situation, yeah.
What else did we say about Joe? Like you said, I hope James can beat him. And I said, if Joe is off, because he needs the condition, otherwise he has an even worse structure than Joe, than Nick. So if he doesn't bring that mind blowing condition, he's gonna get beat by other guys.
Yeah, so I can see him effing around and placing as low as 5th. And that's, it's kind of a hard pill to swallow. He's put on 15 pounds of mass within a year, 12 pounds, whatever it is. It's going to be a situation to where, is he going to be able to withstand that on stage, especially his first show in a while? It's tough to do.
The stream is so low budget, it's like public access, but Nick is stomping them even with his weird white face. Joe will not be second. He shockingly looked insanely blocky. Do you think transitions really matter? To some extent, but apparently they only matter when Nick, like Andrew Jacked, lets his gut go a lot in transitions. Like I feel like more scrutiny is put on Nick than other people, but other people are fucking him up too. Let's make no mistake. Refreshing. Yo, Lewis.
I think transitions matter in the sense of if they can find a negative. There's
transitions matter if you look more attractive after yours. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't even know what the hell you mean.
Oh, okay. I'm still refreshing. I haven't seen anything yet. Let's see.
Every time someone says that they gain 50 pounds in a year, they come in off every time. Yeah, and I think that's like a lot of times it might just be took a little bit too much, and then come time to actual prep, they can't get all that weight off the same. They're rushing, stressing, things of that nature could take place. Joe might lose to James. I could see it.
I think I said this before. Credit to Todd. He said he was worried for the exact same reason. I don't know if that's who's you just said, but what chat you just read. But I think Joe got lost in the sauce. He was talking a big game, beating his chest, and like to talk a big game against Nick Walker, you'd probably be playing the size game, and I think he got a little lost in that.
Who else did that and people turned against him in a very severe way?
Samson, but for condition? Oh,
no.
Patrick Moore? Dude.
No. Lesser. You don't like him.
Lesser. Well, that comes with the territory. I don't. Patrick Moore. Blessing?
Yeah.
Well, he
Blessing
sucks.
Remember, against Nick. It was him talking about Nick, and he shut up on stage, and he just didn't look how. So hopefully Joe doesn't get that same treatment, because I do see a higher ceiling for Joe, and compared to Blessing personally. But
Marcus, I just want to say there is something in Discord for you, and that's not a joke. There's something serious in Discord for you. Bro, it actually is crazy. Yeah, Nick needs to tan his face and lose the glasses, but oh my god, bro. That I've not seen the front. I've only seen the front. I'm not the back, and I'm not going off anything else. I'm done looking. I've seen enough. I've literally seen enough. That's brutal, bro. Muscle Discord has negative IQ. Okay. Is the link anywhere here or on Twitch? If you want to buy the stream, it's in the description. Yeah, they are taking down streams that do that. I can't show the live stream full audio video. He can't. Ben is joking. People say show screenshots. You can't. The Tampa Pro has made it abundantly clear you can't do that. I'm not even watching the show. I just saw a photo. I need to and credit to where it's due. Like to Nick, I only needed to see one photo to tell you what's going on here. He has no equal.
Mm-mm.
When is the last time we saw real advancements in a physique, the win versus a wait your turn, i.e. guys retiring or switching? When is the last time we saw real advancements in a physique for the win versus a wait your turn?
My goodness, I feel bad for the guy next to Nick.
I don't know.
He looks like he should be in Masters. Patrick don't
Arnold
look
is
too
literally
bad.
on another level. Exactly. But to be fair, at least they warned you, Nick. LOL, your boy Matt is showing images on his stream. Whatever happens to him, you know. Not just take down with no. Yeah, they don't usually warn you. They just take you down. This is the best physique in the world right now. That's what I've been saying. Curry was a case of real advances. Okay, you're true. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Good point. Damn, Nick's midsection looks insane. And the thing is, I think we could tell in the updates. Yeah, we can tell in the updates that he was bringing a more streamlined version in, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't think he lost the leg size. I'm going off of just one photo that I've seen, but let's see if there's anything on Instagram now.
It's sad because it's kind of what you expect. You can kind of run with the hype a little bit and believe, and sometimes it'll come to fruition. But yeah, I don't know if Joe's gonna get even top 3.
Brutal, bro. Yeah, like I don't think I need to even show anything else. No one is matching this, bro. Look, every time I see a good version of Nick, I'm impressed. But the judges don't seem to like him. This beats everybody in the world right now.
He got one of the dopest front relax in the game right now. I will say that.
I totally agree. I mean, am I wrong, Marcus? Who beats this right now? Of the recent versions, Samson can bring something. I'm not talking about that. Of the last versions that we've seen from the top competitors, who beats this?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. Obviously, you could say Andrew because he just did it, but this looks to be like a more improved. I cannot wait to see the actual shots, all of them, because this is incredible. Back looks just crazy. What he's been able to do with his hamstrings and his legs is wild. It's wild. And it completely completed the back double. The rear double bicep is so much better now because what he's been able to do with his legs, the hamstrings, just everything.
Remember before Nick even announced he was doing Tampa, people were like, "Where's Nick going to be?" I thought he was just not going to compete for the rest of the year. But what I'm saying, even if people thought he was deserved to win the Arnold like me, we were like, "What's Nick going to do? What's Nick going to do?" And then he shows up and delivers one of his best versions. I hope this sends a message to the Olympia that, like, look, it's okay to reward a thicker waist. Like, it's not something that we can't do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm going to have a field day with this showing. TikTok arguments are going to be fire. Okay, bro. Okay. All right.
His priorities, I feel it.
Oh, the TikTok arguments are going to be fire. Okay. I'm going to be in so many comment sections.
I think his thumb's going to be hurting. Go to Nick Walker's tagged photos. There's some more stage shots there.
Okay, I'm only pulling up things that are from, anything but the stream. Yeah. But we'll take a look. I'll take a look right now.
Dylan extorted.
What is this?
Sopranos.
Why is this under Nick's tagged?
No, that's under your bookmarks, ain't it?
Oh, my bad.
I feel it. Sade or Shadu. I got nothing else to do. Choose chaos. It's such a shame that the judges won't let Nick win the Olympia because he got some effed up proportions. I love aesthetic build, but Nick is too good and clears everyone, especially Plastic Man Derek.
So true. Like, I'm not saying shape shouldn't matter at all, but muscularity and conditioning got to matter too. Probably even more than they have to matter more than shape alone because it's two things over one.
Yeah. Brothers, keep focused. We're talking about the show. Dylan showed the in-betweener and got off track.
Better than the Arnold package, in my opinion. It looks like.
Dude, that's yeah. I dig the glasses, pause. Bro, wearing glasses on stage are facts. That's what I'm saying. I dig it though. Yeah, dude, his relax shots are really impressive.
Yeah. And this is why when people say, oh, his shape is bad, it's not really that bad, or he wouldn't be able to pull these shots off. Like, his front relaxed, in my opinion, is one of his best poses. Like, if it was a pose like itself and not just like a quarter turn, I would consider this his second best pose. Like over his side tricep, over his side chest. I think this is his second best pose with his rear double being first.
Oh, this is incredible. This is I think whenever it was the Arnold, whenever it was him and Andrew, I think those shots of the front relax and all of them, it really goes to show the league above that Nick is. Andrew as well, he looked great. Don't get me wrong, he looks really good. I'm not saying Nick was above Andrew. I'm just saying it just shows against the entire IFBB Men's Open, when you look at them in that front relaxed, they're just a league above. It's sad to say.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Peon Lask says, I'm excited. I'm anticipating your reaction to my vid and stream. Yeah. You just wait, Boyd. Until proven otherwise. This rendition of Nick can give versions of Phil Heath a run for his money. People aren't going to like that opinion, but I 100% get what you're saying. 100%. Now, it may be a case that Phil may technically, I did a comparison of them at one point. Phil did win every shot, but the thing is, they're so comparable that like if it was just a margin thing, it's not that massive, not as massive as you think. Phil is a clear upgrade, but Nick is very good. The irony is with Nick is that he has some of the best arms around, but they overshadow his lat width. Same with Derek, honestly, but his aren't good is the difference. Call me crazy, but top 7 physiques of all time, maybe 6. Yeah, that is crazy because I do have him 6th. Spoiler alert. That's my current list. I think when I did it in my head, I had Nick Walker 6th, and I definitely do now. Charles beats Joe. Brutal.
I can see that. Yeah. I honestly felt like Charles, it was going to be, Does
Tim Budasine beat Joe?
Nah, there's no way. I saw somebody say it in the comments. That no. He nah, I don't.
Ken Colossus looks kind of off too. I saw him in a photo somewhere.
And he's a little bit newer, so.
Yeah, it's like his second or third pro show, so.
Yeah.
But he has the tools. Hopefully he gets it under control.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me refresh to see if there's any more.
Now we know why Joe wasn't posting.
Yeah. Let's see.
Mark said Charles second. I dig that. I actually had Charles second. I had it between Charles and James on my actual biased list. I don't know. I would edge Paul's towards James maybe, but
yeah, I bet you would.
Charles, last time we saw him, he was top 10 at the Olympia in 2023. So
I think he was exactly 10th.
Yeah. So I mean, can't complain about that. And you knew he was gonna come in looking pretty correct.
I thought he would look deteriorated, but it looks like no one else did their homework. So if you don't do your homework, if you're not doing your homework enough that Charles Griffin beats you, I think you need to re-examine your priorities. Anyway, like I said, Joe is trash.
Took this picture.
Yeah, he's 44. I haven't seen enough of Charles to even tell he looked okay, but Joe looks fine too. Someone who bought
Charles
the stream
James
saying,
second.
Yeah. What percent is Nick's condition? I would need up close photos to tell you, but based off these ones, what do you mean what percentage? This looks like 110%. Compared to what we get nowadays from other people, this is literally above and beyond what they can do, so.
Trying to see what I had my list as.
I want to see Charles compared to James. Yeah, that would be hot. Black on white. Nick looks so much more bubbly. Yeah, a really good peak from him. He looks like he has lines in the glutes. He doesn't actually have lines in the glutes very often, but he has them this time around, and he's actually bubbly. The quads are round. So, like I said, I thought he was going to be streamlined and just be ultra shredded and win, but lose some of the quad sweep. It's the best of both worlds. AJ Kelly's story, I can't trust it because, I'll look off. He's always filming his TV with the stream, so I don't want to do that. I can't show any of the stream.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna keep this list.
this Nick Moggs Dennis Wolf into a pulp, yeah, I would have Nick over Dennis. Even with that old version with the Arnold Classic, like I think he wins on completeness, but not by much. Even with this version, Dennis is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, his skin is looking shrink wrapped. People will hate on Nick for anything. Remember the criticism he got for his veins in the lower leg at the now people don't even talk about it because it's just not that big of a deal, to be honest.
It's not. If anything, like an idiot, I actually think it helps the overall appearance. It's fucking...
The freak factor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Wow, Nick's chest never looked this round. His shoulders and arms are also way prettier than usual. All right. Taking the term bisexual to a whole new level. And I thought I did that.
I'm trying to go look at it. Shout out to Dusty, by the way.
Yo, let's keep that. Shout out to the Discord. I can't keep an eye on it, so who knows what's happening in there. But if you want to get access to the Discord, become a channel member and either integrate your YouTube with Discord or send me a link, send me a DM on Instagram at Project Bodybuilding 1. I'll get you hooked up. But a lot of good conversations in there recently. It's Marcus is in there. It's been popping off. Xavier Willis is in the Discord from time to time.
Been missing out. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, was he supposed to rip his varicose veins out? Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's still in his early 30s and has probably many years to improve upon this. Now, I don't know if he will because at some point everyone gets maxed out. But
James does look good.
Red's getting away with this. I don't know, bro. If that was me, they would have literally like gutted me and my entire family. Ryan, shout out to Ryan, big fan of the channel. Shout out to Nick's new coach for this look. I was a doubter. He looked like a nobody to me.
Bro, James's hands are white. He kept his hands super white.
Let me look for more pics of Nick. Let's see if there's even like a video that someone took from the audience.
Yeah, James looks pretty good.
Okay, here are Ken Colossus, Ken, and then James. So just this one photo. Maybe there's more on Beyond the Stage. Okay, there's Nick. Yeah, but as you can see, Ken is pretty off. James, maybe, different from the China Pro. I think maybe his tan's a little too dark, but I don't think he's as good as China. China was probably his career's peak. I don't even need to see the rest of it. The stream's down. Brutal. AJ has a couple of shots on the story. Kenny Ken looking soft in the legs again. I don't like how he can't flex this one, but he can flex this one. Thoughts on Nick and the Olympia? If it was my show, he'd be first because no one beats that combination of mass, condition, and those 8 poses. But
I think Nick will be top 3.
You could spread Ken on toast. He's that buttery smooth. Haha, best bodybuilding media right here. I agree. And with my trusty friend, sometimes adversary, Marcus Guerrero.
I mean, we have to, this is the one thing that bodybuilding is missing. All right, you need a rivalry. You need the friendly. You need the Skip and Shannon. You know what I'm saying? We need the argument.
I agree.
You got the uppity white
some
guy
bum versus Skip. With his based takes.
But no, yeah. Salute to them all, man.
Let me ask you a question. If Nick looked like this at the, because he may not, I think he gets a little nervous around the Olympia time, but if Nick looked like this at the Olympia, where would Marcus Guerrero place him?
Definitely got to see more than just what we're seeing, right? So to be real, to be very fair, I got to see more than this because we're seeing 2 of my favorite shots from one of my favorite bodybuilders. So the bias is going to come out, to be real. That's just a given. I think that if this physique, what we're seeing, if I think what we saw at Arnold shows up and maybe a little bit better than what we saw at Arnold, I think that is a top 2 physique. I think that is first or second at the Olympia. And that's just how I feel. I think that the only other people who can rival it would be maybe an Andrew. Personally, if Samson can come in correct,
There's Joe. he's conditioned, but I think he's holding some water. And that's just based off of just one shot. That's just my opinion. But then you see Nick Walker from presumably the same person's phone.
Wow.
And he's a lot drier. So
again, that's just.
I think Joe maybe was conditioned, but he got lost in the sauce. You know, he probably tried to peak too much. You know, playing that size game. Shout out to Muscle Insight, by the way, for making that story known to me. Let me refresh again, see what else we have. Okay, nothing much yet. I think this was kind of a slightly bigger open lineup, so we'll have to wait. I can't show any of the streams, so for people that are just coming in, so I gotta wait until stage shots come out.
Yeah, in those first called out shots, Patrick looked pretty good. And I was kind of lowballing Patrick a little bit for this one. I had him placing top 5, but I wasn't sure where. Pause.
Yeah, maybe in classic.
No, Patrick has the sauce.
I haven't even heard of it. We've been talking about Joe, James, even Kennedy.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We keep forgetting about somebody who's.
I haven't seen a photo of him.
Well, you're not paying attention to Discord.
Yo, what are you talking about? What is going on in the Discord? I couldn't possibly check now. That'd be crazy. Shout out to the Discord, by the way. Become a channel member. Anyway,
if you want to see.
Whoa, yeah. But I mean, Muscle Discord apparently is literally sharing screenshots of the stream. Oh, here's some video. Here we go. Oh, there's Patrick. Little guy.
Skimmed right past him.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's Nick. Not even a contest. Then you go over to Joe. Fat Joe. You know, he has one of those heavyweight bars. It's called the Fat Joe bar. Maybe he should have,
Yeah, Joe might probably have to work on his front double.
Careful now. Patrick will meet you in the parking lot. Well, as Marcus would say, he felt some type of way about what I said.
Hey, we've seen it happen.
We have seen it happen. Brutal. Let's see. Nothing.
All right. So, all honesty, where do you have Nick placing? Truly, where would you place him? Meaning, so like, if you're going off what we've seen as of late, Arnold's version, this version of what we've seen thus far, where would you have him placed in the Olympia?
Where do I think he's going to place, or where would I place him?
Both. Where would you place him, and then where do you think he's going to place?
I would place him first. Okay. This is the best bodybuilder in the world right now, especially now that Hadi is not where he needs to be. So I would place him first. The set of 8 poses is unbeatable. Yeah, he doesn't have the small waist, but people don't have his muscularity and condition. People don't have his back. People don't have his, like I said, condition. People don't have his arms. Things matter outside of the small waist. And his waist isn't even, look at it here. Like, it's legitimately good. Legitimately good. It's not, the structure isn't the best, but the waist is honestly fine. Where do I think he'll place? I got to be honest, I'm still, not sold that they'll go with him. I got to be honest. I say, let's see. Andrew I think Samson is going to be the one to take it this year in their eyes. And then Derek will always beat Nick. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. I think it'll be Hadi again. And
I think they might have that same sentiment towards Andrew, like how you're saying about Samson.
I don't know if Andrew will show up enough.
If he shows up.
But I'm kind of banking on Samson. I think he'll show up, at least improve. So to me, I think they'll probably both beat Nick in the judges' eyes. But isn't Samson just an Andrew alternative at that point, a better one? But
yeah.
Yo, relax, Nitmo. Relax. Why Nick has your same haircut and your same glasses? Doesn't have this drip though. This white guy's swag. Marcus sent me a video of me walking the other day, and I was like, wow, that guy has some swag. I'm pretty impressed.
Dylan had a pep in his step. You can call it what you want.
Not really. It was more of a shimmy.
It was a little shimmy.
Oh
man.
If only Patrick went for extreme conditioning, he could have played the extreme
Yes.
shape/condition game like a modern Charles Day Claremont.
I
Maybe.
agree.
Yeah, because whatever he's doing, he should stop playing the size game because it's not happening.
No.
Stop trying to come in
He
full.
already has the width.
Yeah. Yo, Ben, chill. Forget the waist, yo. I gotta delete this chat. Please don't mention things that may or may not be happening. Forget the waist. Only Hottie has actual better abs in the top 10. True. He's definitely bigger, just a little less conditioned. Who are we talking about? Patrick still, or?
You might be talking about Joe.
Oh, well,
It seems he's talking about Joe.
Okay, well that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, what is there? I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for a video to drop of Nick.
They put Joe on the outside.
Of who? What's the first call out? If you had to guess,
to assume. If I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say Nick, James, Charles, and then maybe Patrick, then Joe. Like I said,
yo,
that little fifth area.
Like, imagine a scenario where
what's going on, Ben?
Where Joe is on the outside of that.
Blend Bastard, yo, Nick and James top 2. Yeah,
he said Nick and Joe. Nick and James. Okay,
he messed up. Yeah.
I mean,
Blem out here creating the drama.
In your opinion, Marcus, how likely would that scenario be? Assuming that like you could like see the future.
What scenario? It like
Nick and James being in the middle of the first call out.
Where here?
Yeah, like assuming.
I mean, I can see it with
yeah. Like assuming.
It really is
because we're not watching the stream.
Yeah. So I'm happy about that. You know, I'm a big. Actually, weirdly enough, those might be my 2 favorite bodybuilders in the sense of like straight bias, like from an emotional standpoint, like from a fan perspective. I really like Nick.
I'm
and I really
still
like
having
James.
Joe tip 2. Tip 2 where? If Tornpec Charles winds up or ends up ahead of Joe, it says a lot.
Oh.
Well, like I said, I think conditioning still does matter, but like only in like where it's not the focus. Like they want to promote small waist first, and they'll do that, but like after that, then they start using the old school like condition. Like if it's for like 5th and 6th, or 3rd and 4th, then condition starts to matter a bit more. I feel like they default to that.
Well, I feel like that's one thing I liked about Samson winning in 2024 was it wasn't clearly condition. It was more so what they're looking for. A little bit of a mix of everything. Shape, fullness, muscularity, condition. It was all that in one. I think it was a really good rendition of what the judges are trying to say they're looking for.
A big dagger.
Check beyond the stage, Nick most muscular.
Ask and you shall receive.
Hey. Nick can definitely win the Olympia this year.
Yeah. He is full. He is very full. And he is conditioned too. I don't know if he's like as like dry as the Arnold, but it doesn't really matter. I think it's just an overall better package. So, and again, I'm not going to say that for sure until we get, these up close stuff.
Yeah, we have to get,
Joe and Nick are gassing on stage. It doesn't matter. It's done. It doesn't matter. Like, bro, one call out, put Nick on the end. He doesn't even need to do anything, bro. The photos of Nick have not, and never will exist. Yes. Yeah.
Dude, the Nick's rear double with him on stage alone is bananas.
I pulled it up earlier, but let's see.
That is another from the stream.
What?
There's like if you're watching the stream,
right? If you were watching the stream, yeah.
If you were watching the stream when Nick was up there solo, back double looked incredible.
Yo, I can't wait to see Nick get robbed at the Olympia though. Brutal.
I mean, the thing is, Joe doesn't look too bad. The size of Joe is the big thing. I'm shocked that Patrick looks really good to me personally, but Joe he's right there. I just think he may have missed the conditioning a little bit. And for someone like him with the amount of size he has and the space that he takes up on that stage, he needs to have good conditioning. It's the same thing
Girth
as
and
like imagine if
tonnage.
Nick came in with off condition. They would destroy Nick if he was to ever come with like lackluster conditioning. Joe is gonna have that same remedy. He cannot come in lacking all around condition.
Am I tweaking, or did Nick's quads look better from the front? Way better than usual. I don't think you're tweaking. I think he's reached a good combo of fullness. I thought they were going to be small. This is a 1 day or 2 day show. Well,
One
one,
day
it doesn't matter.
for the
But
finals.
one day. Praying they keep Charles on the outside, begging it for attention as motherfucker. Marcus, do you like Charles? Aren't you guys related?
Yeah, I like Charles. You know, we all can't be related to Tim Budishheim. You know what I mean? We all can't be that little chunky guy on the left. You know what I'm saying? But
Bro,
no, I
Tim
like Charles.
Budesheim not being first call out is crazy.
I could have imagined that sadly because yeah, we've seen him as of late, and it just wasn't the Tim that was there last year. I feel like Tim last year may have had a run, but yeah, dude, I don't know. Charles, I like Charles. Why are people hating on Charles?
I don't know. It's probably low key. It's probably because he's just ugly, and its physique is not that appealing.
Jesus. I like Charles. I'm actually a fan of Charles's physique. I really dig his physique. It's unique in men's open to me personally. Hits an incredible vacuum, and I don't even care about the vacuum that much, but hits an incredible vacuum still.
Is the next Olympia a 1 day show? No, even though they move classic around and like fitness show, it's still a 2 day show. Tim is done for. His waist is bigger than Hassan's, but he's good though. He's good. I feel like Charles could be second. Should be second.
Yeah, see, I feel like me and Dusty be seeing eye to eye with some of this.
Yo, remember how Joe did 15 interviews leading up to the show, 15 plus interviews saying he was going to beat Nick.
He did. I mean, that's the sad part about when you talk. It's your words come back to bite you in the butt.
Hold on,
but I don't know. I don't think they're going to give Charles second though. I think it's going to be more so. I don't know, man. I like James. I think James may have looked better last week, but
okay. Let's take a look at some of these thumbnails. I put on 15 pounds of muscle. That's why Nick loses. The next mass monster.
This is what he's supposed. He is the next mass monster, and it's what he's supposed to do. If you ask me personally, because we're all talking about him. You're supposed to create that hype around your name. I never understood that. I understand being a realist coming into a show. Like, okay, well, it might be tough to beat Nick, but I have to at least somewhere in my weird brain believe I might have the slimmest chance of beating Nick. Like, I have to believe that, or else what am I doing here? Like, why am I here?
Yeah.
And that's battling being like a realist and trying to be like, okay, yeah, well, this is clearly a top 5 physique. I haven't even been on Olympia stage yet, but I have to have some type of blind faith in myself personally. So I'm not mad at him for like bigging himself up, especially from a marketing standpoint. It's just sometimes when you do that, if there's a fall off, well, that could hurt you. Hopefully he places top 3-ish here so that people can't really look at him and be like, slander the hell out of him. Because nobody probably expected him to win, truly.
Back to the Nick hype train, I guess. He was hoping Joe would beat Nick. He was hoping. Really? Yeah.
Oh, he was letting out his little Mexican side, wasn't he?
That 15 pounds went straight to his waist. Brutal. Colossus Ken is the most overrated newcomer in the IFBB. Weird structure. I wouldn't say that.
He has a unique structure. I will say that. A unique structure, but if he can get it right, he can go somewhere. But
Ken gonna be another Hassan? I hope not. That would be the reason he'd be overrated. Yeah, AI thumbnails make it stop. Urs would have won this easily.
Okay.
To be honest, he was joking because we were tearing into Urs earlier. To be honest, I'm pretty sure Nick and Joe are on good terms. I have seen Nick repost Joe stories. Yeah, I think it's all not a fabricated beef, but all in good. It's in jest.
It's what's needed. This sport is not like, what are you gonna do in this sport? Really, to have some type of attention, what can you do? I mean, truly.
Hers is
Hers
just a
is
better
Dorian.
Dorian.
Facts.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marcus. Like, I know people know I'm a Derek hater, but like when he gets out there and does this little interview saying, "What more can I do? I won the Arnold, the Pittsburgh, and the Olympia." But you can't get mad at people like me that hate on him and try to start like not like a war, because he's not like directly responding to me, but he's like responding to the internet criticism at large. You need that. You need that for sure.
Yeah. I was excited when he came out and started to do that. When he started to kind of like, when you could tell he was trying to be that little bad guy figure.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Like, that's what I want to see. Take the Phil Heath route. Do it.
Yeah,
because if the other side's not
people
working,
hate it, but that's good.
Yeah.
It's better. It's better for people to feel strongly about you than to not feel any way at all. Even if that strong emotion is like, "Oh, this dude's cringe. This dude. Oh, I hate this dude." Because I do too. But I'll make videos about him. Grok remove their posing trunks. Oh wow, this is so big for Dan. Why are you people obsessed with this dude?
It's gonna be a running thing now for you.
Yeah, it is. Yo, here we go. Take a look at this.
That's crazy.
People said Joe was going to be bigger, like taller than Nick.
Joe don't look bad though. Yeah,
he doesn't. That's the thing. But
yeah, he looks
Joe
good
has
there.
a top 5 back in the league right now, even with this off version, and Nick still bodies him, bro.
Well, Nick just proportionally in his rear double is incredible. The overall X frame, the aesthetic, the arms, and don't get me wrong, Joe is up there. It looks really good. Even with Joe got big glutes, Paul, so that could hurt him.
Yeah,
still
big,
brought a
glutes,
good conditioning
big
from the back.
cheeks.
Jesus help us.
Nick stepping on line massively. Well, he owns the place, so.
Okay, so it looks like top 3 is James, Joe, and Nick. Yeah, that's. I can see that. I wanted to see
Joe getting better.
Get a place up there. Well, I don't. If you look at the actual lineup pictures, I don't think Joe was ever truly like outside of the running of top 3.
Yo, someone said they put him on the outside though. What if they're so convinced Joe is winning, they put him to the outside like they did with 2013 Phil Heath?
Or
like 2022 Big Ramy. Nick Strength Power is like, he's on the outside. That means he's winning.
Oh my God. But you gotta admit, in the time you were a little confused. You were a tad confused. Like, wait a minute.
Because it was shocking.
You don't look too bad.
Prepared? Are they gonna put this dude that just won the Olympia down in 5th? Yeah. But in hindsight.
That they did.
Yeah.
That was a sad moment for a Ramy fan, I'll tell you that much. He's getting the Phil Heath treatment.
Imagine a hybrid of Urs with Derek's lumpy lats from the front and the glute striations. Talk about, bro. Superset Man has to make that video.
That'd be a good bodybuilder.
Nicked my walker until I Joed all over my Palacios. Pause.
Then that's crazy. Yeah, he doesn't look bad there. In this, I mean, granted, the photo looks like it's from MySpace days, but Joe's, and you knew Joe was going to bring an incredible back double.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's probably 3rd in the world, but Nick is just like that much. Oh my God, here it is. The moment we've waited for. The 4K Gilco footage. All right, here it is.
Dylan's excitement.
Ooh. It's like the Arnold in Pittsburgh had a baby by clapping each other's cheeks.
Whatever he's been doing with his legs as of late is really, really helping.
Yeah.
And I think it's helping the overall entire physique. Wow.
I have no words, no notes. Joe's not 5'8" like he claims. It's a conspiracy.
5'7" ¼
After filming this, Gilco went to Jump Muscle Discord. I don't know if you know about that, Marcus. Gilco said he wanted to punch Muscle Discord in the face.
Oh, word?
Yeah, on an Instagram comment.
I like it. I dig it.
Yeah, of course.
That's what we
do.
need.
I want Martin to skin Giles alive.
Oh man, yeah, the legs look incredible. Wow. 3-man call out. Okay. Uh-oh, 3-man call out of refrigerators. What a nightmare. Zach, that's crazy.
I titled my video of my lead up video of Joe versus Nick, "The Battle of the Bellies."
Yo.
And then in the video I called it "The War of the Waists." Brutal. But Nick's is actually controllable.
Yeah, he's good. You know, he's good. You can clearly tell that he's keeping it in check, which is necessary. Because yeah, I think when you know when the judges in the past have looked at Nick and be like, that's what we're looking for. Oh, is his waist there? Is his waist there? They're looking for it. So once they see it, yeah, they're gonna. It's just I think it just comes with the territory. They're gonna fucking dock a few points, sadly.
Wait, what does this 3-man consist of? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're at the Arnold, it's gonna be me and Tony and Jack. So come one, come all. Emphasis on
that's gonna be a nerdathon.
Dude, Super Saiyan is gonna be ruined. He just made a video ranking Nick's shapes, and now it got ruined. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Super Set Man loves Nick Walker. He's gonna be pleasantly surprised at this. He's gonna be overjoyed.
Watch. There's gonna be a corner in the expo where it's gonna be Dylan, Jack, and Tony, and they're gonna be sharing Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Let it rip.
Beyblade. Come by our booth at the Arnold, and it's just like foldable church chairs and the white fold-out table
and little pamphlets. May God be with you.
Real. If anyone is still in stream, well, plenty of people are still in stream. We'll keep going. We'll talk about Nick for a little bit more, but he obviously wins the show. I'm not going to stream finals. I'm going to go right to work on videos now that I know footage is out. But make sure you hit the like button on the stream and subscribe for more, because more content will be going down. You're going to want to stay tuned for these opinions on Nick that I have. But anyways, hopefully, is there more videos of other people?
Hopefully they didn't just crap one every other competitor, because we still want to see. That's my thing with the show is we knew Nick was going to destroy it, so we still want to see. Okay, here we go. Charles, a little Charles action. Literal little. He looks little
with the 2 armpits. Well, 3 armpits in total. Is he going to flex his tricep in the side try?
Oh, I hope. There we go.
He's probably actually been. Oh, okay. The back is kind of getting worse, but is this enough to still claim second? I mean, he's probably more conditioned than like Joe and.
Goodness, no. He won't be able to play second. I think it'll be more so like fourth if he's.
What if he comes back tonight even sharper? Because he's got to beat James. I think it's technically doable, even though they've already separated him. But watch
us all be impressed when Joe comes out. Watch. I want to see this. I want this footage to come out of Joe. That's what I want. I feel like it's more than likely going to be the clear Nick, James, Joe. Because there's still going to be a level to it.
Bro is peaking show after show. Bro. God, that pec tear. Oh, hold on. God, that pec tear ruins it. Nice bubble gut, Mr. Vacuum. In regards to Charles.
Yeah, Ben does not like Charles. He's made that abundantly clear.
Charles is going to be 4th, but he should place 3rd ahead of James. I want to see James. I want to see if he looked like he did in China.
Yeah. I want to see. I want to see James and Joe in this footage, because clearly this is incredible footage. Nick looks hands down the winner, but
I can't on this stream.
How long till we can show a screenshot?
I can't. They'll literally send a mob with pitchforks after me.
Now I feel like Dylan will be the first one they take out. I truly
Marcus will be
that
like,
too.
Well, I felt some type of way.
I was gonna take him out.
Let me be clear.
You out. I feel like if they were to come and get assemble the mob, Dylan.
I would join it.
They would be like, no, fuck you in your little suit. I don't care how much of the Sopranos you know by heart, buddy.
Bro, James is more conditioned compared to China, but sacrificed some size. Love how Muscle Discord is showing pics. Well, if that happened to me, I'd literally be strung from my own ceiling fan. So,
what's going on, bruh?
This Nick wins the Olympia. We can only hope.
Yeah, we can't forget. I mean, we saw an incredible version of Nick at the Arnold, one that I feel could be,
and it didn't beat
I don't
Andrew.
know, and it didn't beat Andrew. So yeah, we have to keep that in mind, honestly. I think it was. Go ahead.
Well, the TLDR, the memo line is, even though Nick has been at his best before, they've still picked physiques that are more shapely, even though they don't win on muscularity and condition. Is Muscle Discord the Derek
for you? I knew you're gonna pick that one. I knew you were.
No, I do not think the IFBB likes Muscle Discord. Freaky Nicky looking insane. Okay. Nick's absent thighs dead ass looks better than his other showing. Muscle Discord is also kind of dumb. Takes a pic of Joe being closer than makes a comparison with Nick. Well, if he's just doing it off the cuff, you have to keep in mind who is standing next to. Yeah, he's owning this lineup, but yeah. Dylan Discord pics are super telling. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you send your balls on Discord?
You have to keep in mind who he is standing next to.
Bro, he's
Patron.
Super. Marcus, I don't know if you're looking at what's in Discord. It doesn't even look like it's the same thing, bro. This reminds me of Nick's 2021 New York or the 2021 Arnold, where the two guys beside him are like, okay, but the other, like, it's just like a different thing, bro.
I'm happy he's clinching down on his abs, especially in that front double. I think, especially who he's standing next to, it makes all the difference.
Why is Charles so excited when his belly is that big?
Is that big, kitty? Into the cat emoji.
That's tough in Discord, bro. I mean, in Discord and Brazil. Muscle Discord already going to ChatGPT. Are you serious? That's a joke.
Oh, that's right? Crazy. That's crazy.
Bro, relax, damn funk. Okay.
This Nick beats every version of Derek ever.
Unfortunately, that pec tear is too big. I thought of my ex from 6 years ago who had asymmetrical boobs, but Charles is on a whole different tier. He should have done some type of surgery to fill that hole. He should talk to Derek, and he can get more than just one hole filled for the price of one, probably. Bro, why is his nose so fucking big? Would you rather have Dennis Wolf as your daughter or Nick Walker as your son? Dennis Wolf was my daughter. Read between the lines. Let's see here.
I will say I'm looking at it pose for pose, and between James and Joe is actually tough.
Beyond the stage, new picks. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's actually tough for me. I don't know how y'all feel out there. Let me know, like, people who are actually watching the stream or who've seen pictures, who do y'all actually have winning out of Joe or James?
Here we go. I'm gonna be honest, Joe.
That's kind of how. And I'm such a big fan of James. Man.
What a trip we went on. Joe's super off. He sucks. Well, maybe he's like third. He's fighting for third. Well, no, he's just second.
He still could get third. Don't get me wrong. I could see him being third. Joe over James, but Joe was struggling a bit at the end. Okay, that's kind of how it's the pictures are kind of showcasing that story.
The quiet zoom in always cracks me up.
Shout out to Old School Labs. If you want a guy, I'm not gonna.
Derek's son or Martin daughter? Oh, I don't want a daughter. Derek's son.
Oh, that's Derek's son, personally.
Yeah, a crash out daughter. You can beat the son if you're the father. You can't do that to the daughter.
I feel like Martin daughter you wouldn't have to worry about, though. You know what I mean? Like,
no, she's crashing out, bro.
Yeah, she'll handle it. You don't ever got to worry about like fucking up a guy or nothing like that. Like, she got it.
Bro, she's gonna cut people. Yeah, she's gonna say she cuts people, bro. She's gonna be like, "Oh, I'll cut you." Something your
In the
daughter
actual
would
call
say.
outs, Joe is beating James pretty easily. Yeah, if I'm looking at these stage shots, I honestly feel like Joe is might be. It's hard to say, but he might be placing in front of James. There's a show that do rag with the sneaky zoom, and there's an obsession to show that do rag with
James could win, but Joe is so wide it's hard to deny. But Joe did not bring up the
Yeah.
quads a lot, like he kept preaching on the pods leading up. Bro, he talks so much shit. But you know, he technically wins the show because he's going to play second, and you know, Nick was obviously going to win. So, you know, if Nick wasn't there, Joe should just take it on the chin, maybe literally, and he should go to Texas and Atlanta, dog walk Regan Grimes or whoever's in, you know, the Atlanta show, the Linda Murray show.
I'd like to see Joe go up against Regan.
I mean, Joe is a different. Regan is a different level of all talk, no action compared to Joe. Joe may have had a lot of podcasts where he's talking about this, but Regan has made a career out of looking the same year after year. Martin Daughter is
Joe's
a serial killer.
back width is incredible. I will say that. Look at Joe's overall width for his back rear lat spread is crazy.
So
they
I assume
all got incredible side shots. Side chest is crazy.
I assume Vlad Suaruchko got his own call out and he's winning, right? They put him back on the line with what's that dude's name? Dan Manson's.
What's that gay's name? It's a Freudian slip right there.
I punch metal for fun, daughter. Yeah, that's exactly what Martin makes me think of. Exactly what Martin makes me think of. Take it on the chin, literally. Don't give them injection site ideas. Joe has the Derek and Andrew adductor legs.
Shots at the Discord with that one.
Vlad isn't even a bodybuilder. Yeah. He's just building size. He's not really building his body. Can we pull up? Can we get a pull up of that first call out guy that beat Ken out for the first call out? I don't know who you're talking about. And there's probably not a picture of it anyway.
Was it a black dude?
Gross. Okay, here we go. Marcus, here's what you wanted.
Okay, here we go. This is what I want to see. That boy takes up a lot of space, man. He has to work on that front double. His side shots are going to be immaculate. That chest.
Yeah, the chest is insane. Almost too big. Great side leg, too.
Chest is not too big. Yeah, his side shots are really good. Very competitive. The Nick's back is better overall. Good width with the rear lat spread.
Man, do you remember that girl at Roosters?
Yes, I do.
I was just thinking about her.
I knew you would. Not bad. Just a little bit more conditioning. I think this could really. What's next week's show?
Well, Todd, you can cool off that. You can cool. We've got enough. You know. Thanks for your. Todd is a project bodybuilding general, if you will. Putting in some work in the Discord. If you want to see the work he put in on the Discord, become a channel member, and we'll get you in there. Art Atwood.
His back is dumb thick.
Martin bodybuilder. Martin daughter or Ur's son, Dylan. Ur's son. Ur's is still like a good person. I think. I mean, I guess I really do any of us really know, but Martin is like a crash out.
Yeah, he needs more sweep. That stands me. Yeah, I agree, Dan.
But yeah, I think this is gonna be second. Joe got a power lifter build. He does kind of look like he's like built to survive car crashes. Front lat spread got worse. I got to pay better attention. We'll play it again. It'll loop back around. But his front lat spread at the Texas Pro he did last year was incredible. But
really, yeah, it doesn't look the best here. But overall, the package is not bad. I just think it needs a little bit more conditioning.
Let's see.
But the issue is who we're comparing him to right now, where Nick is really looking immaculate on stage. So
yeah, the front lat, but. With the angle I was showing, that probably helped a little bit, the angle of the pictures, but this is how it looked last year. No, actually, that's just better straight up.
Whoa, yeah.
I really want to see James, but it doesn't look like we have one yet.
Incredible take, Dusty. True color showing right here.
Dylan's worried about getting struck down, but every day he talks about quitting. Well, I don't think they have anything to do with each other. You're saying I shouldn't care so much if I want to quit every day. Well, I don't want to quit, or I would do it. Sometimes I'm closer than I think, but
yeah, Joe's chest is incredible. It's I mean, honestly, that it really helps his side chest.
Who should be the first Derek comparison? The first Nick Walker comparison. That was who I was going to recommend first. Do I compare him? I'm going to only compare him against the best. So
I do Andrew Arnold.
Okay.
I think that's a good one.
Well, the thing is, I already think Nick's Arnold should have beaten
then is
yeah.
Oh well.
But I can make the point again. Like I'm just gonna redo everything I did of Nick with the Arnold version. I'm gonna redo just to show, and I'm really gonna hammer home the point. Like I'm not gonna hold back anymore. Nick should be what's winning the Olympia. Now that Hottie's deteriorating, this is what should be winning the Olympia. So, with that said, I think I'm going to compare him to the best Derek first, but maybe the best Samson. Those are my two choices. Sometimes I'm closer than I think. It happens.
I think a lot of people would agree with you. Big
M Babble. Versus 2024 Arnold Classic Hottie. Ooh, that's a good one. Not goat.
Bad at all. Yeah.
My goat, but Marcus, you're my goat.
Right back at you, Dylan.
I know.
Right back at you. Does Nick pay you in liquid?
Well, yeah, black patron.
My piss come out. I need to pee.
Yo, somebody please clip that. Shit's gonna make my piss come out.
I gotta pee.
Please clip that. That's 3 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. Someone please clip that and remind, because I'll forget.
Hey, clearly it's telling. He's paying you in liquids. All right,
bro. He said, shit's gonna make my piss come out. Yeah, it's Black Patron. Yeah, he's a Nick Walker hater. It is what it is. I'm about to go live and post screenshots. Well, you probably get away with it. Yeah. Brutal. I mean, yeah, maybe I'll compare him to Arnold Classic Nick first. Arnold Classic Hottie first, because I was going to do that with the 2026 Arnold Classic version of Nick, but I didn't get around to it. I kicked it off, kicked it down the road. I thought I was going to do it later. Maybe that will be the first one I do. But of course, the allure of a Derek comparison just reels me back in, Filling Dillon up with the premium. This Nick versus Kai Green and Cutler. People aren't going to like my opinions on those. I've given Nick plenty of credit. He's winning shows convincingly. Well, you got to say he deserves to win the Olympia. Epic. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of Nick comparisons coming up, because now we have, the version to use, and he's 100% Olympia qualified now, so I can start using him in good faith for the Olympia series. We'll do Nick versus Derek, Nick, and I'm not going to make it. I'm going to do individual videos. I'm not going to make it one big call out photo, because I really need to hammer this point home, Cutler is a worse Nick. Brutal hot take, but I like it. Oh, Dan versus Nick is maybe where I start. That may be where I start. This isn't the Olympia. No, but it will be. Does this version win the Olympia, Black Patron? Can you find pics of Nick front last? But I'll have to eventually, but there's not gonna be one on the show yet. If he didn't hit it here, unless there's a full set of 8 mandatories out there. No James yet. Bummer. Kai beats this Nick. I wouldn't be so sure. I would not be so sure. I know I had Kai beating the last version of Nick, and I think it's close, but I wouldn't be. Maybe that is the case, but it's going to be very close. Not sure who they've contracted to win the Olympia yet. So true. So true. Jay might lose. Mandatory math. People will see this physique and say not top 5 in the 90s. Yeah. Yeah. They'll take one look at this and say Flex Wheeler was a better bodybuilder. They'll take a look at this and say Dorian was a better bodybuilder. All that confidence for Joe just to come in soft. It does say something, though, that he's still going to end up second place, But again, it is the lineup. Like, his third is only going to be James. So, yeah. Yeah, this loses to Lee Priest and Flex Wheeler, obviously. Well, they both beat Ronnie Coleman at one time, so they're better than him, too. I hear that so much. I hope that Mr. Olympia approves with the Doom and Despair lighting. I think it should be even darker. He wasn't that soft, to be honest. He lacked oil making it. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look again because his video is out. I think he's carrying a little bit of water. Could be a little drier, but he is in condition. He is conditioned. He's just not as dry. But also, the orange tan, his tan is like pretty orange and like darker orange with that lighting, with the backdrop. It's going to make him look a little watery. I just want to remind all of you, by the way, hit that like button on the stream, subscribe for more. It's probably going to be the last time I say it because we're almost done, but like the stream, subscribe for more because I am the authority in bodybuilding analysis. I've been LARPing that until it's true. So make sure you do that. To be fair, he looks good, and I'd say a clear second, so he kind of won. Exactly what I said earlier, yeah. Joe was good. Losing to the best Nick is nothing to be ashamed of. For sure. For sure. The thing is, does this beat 2025 Derek? I would say resoundingly. So this beats our current Mr. Olympia, but I mean, again, how much does that say? I think this package still beats a lot of guys. I think this package could still be top 10 at the Olympia. Could be. I'm not gonna put my stamp of official approval on it or anything, but if given a fair shake, if we're not so enamored with small waist, Joe's still going to do very well at the Olympia. And I think he'll get there. He has Atlanta or Texas to do. Muscle Discord is trusting the word of ChatGPT that said Joe is winning. That's bait. That's bait. Nick is winning the Olympia, people think, with this package. That's how good it is. Can someone fact check this? Please. Please, I'm not going to stream snipe him, so we're not going to watch it. But please, somebody fact check this. James is out. Video. Okay. Somebody go and fact check that Muscle Discord thing, please. Because I'll go on a rant if that's true. But here's James.
Love James.
Someone said, we're finding out if this is true, but someone said Muscle Discord is using ChatGPT and it said Joe is winning over Nick.
Yeah, well. Can't trust ChatGPT.
It's real. Well, I don't know whether to trust my chat either. I know Muscle Discord is a nut job, but no way it's that bad. There's no clear separation between the biceps and the side chest. If Muscle Discord says that he should just quit YouTube, okay, well. But I'll take a look. Hold on. I'll see if I can find it. Terrible backdrop. I agree, but yeah, James isn't as full maybe as China. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a little bit more. I feel like it's hard to say. Regardless, terrible backdrop, but the footage coming out is good. I will say that.
I tried out ChatGPT. It takes your own bias based on how you ask the question. For sure. For literally every single topic, yes. If his IQ, okay, we're over 90. He reels ChatGPT is manipulating him to say what he likes. Chat versus ChatGPT. I gotta be honest. Okay. I'll go to Muscle Discord's live stream on my phone here, and I'll see. Is he even using ChatGPT? Screenshots of the stream, bro. Hold on. Hold on. I fact check it. Muscle Discord never said he trusts ChatGPT. He said Nick wins because he was polished. ChatGPT put James over Nick on the backlat spread and most muscular. Believe that. Okay. Thank you for the fact check, Raj. James actually looks pretty good here. Muscle Discord is the biggest boomer ever. He's not a boomer though. And his takes aren't necessarily boomer coded. There's something else. I don't know. It's like it's too much like Gen Z, Gen Alpha to use just like ChatGPT for everything. Let's see. I want to see James from the beginning. Sorry, I'm going to start it over. I want to see James from the beginning here. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't look as full and as popping as China. But China, like somebody said, this backdrop is way too busy for, guys that are orange colored. Why would you pick a yellow and dark orange background? Doesn't make much sense to me, but he's still good. He's still bringing some of his best versions. Like that Portugal show was good. China was his best ever, probably of his entire career. Like, I don't know if he'll surpass that. And then Tampa's is pretty good still. Top 3 comparison on, I recognize this page. I will find it. Okay, awesome. Flex Magazine has photos out now. Oh, Sadu, here's your Nick front lat spread. Yo, when Nick is arguably still winning this shot compared to the other two, you're cooked. But we have this. And again, James has the angle. He's right on head on with the camera, and I mean, Joe looks crazy though. You got to admit. And yeah, and with the Gilco footage, we know how much sharper he is than the other two, or how much more detailed he is. It's just brutal. Nick clears there. Yeah. 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 And there's no front double, but this is, I mean, those most musculars, they look tired, worn out, and flat compared to Nick's. Even Nick's color is better. I defended Joe's abs and thighs until now. What a good top 3. Yeah, minus the other two, it's pretty good. Why is Nick front last spread low-key better than Joe's? Joe did have the worst angle, but Muscle Discord also said that he initially thought Nick was clearly winning, but as soon as he saw the relaxed poses, he thinks it's actually much closer between Nick and Joe than we think. Bro. Huh? I don't get it. By the way, I got the top 3 right, but I guess most people did. I had Nick, Joe, James, Ken, and Charles. It looks like Charles is going to get bumped up to 4th with, like, I think it was Patrick in 5th. So, yeah, whatever. Matt's just on his own planet, I guess, with no real analysis. Oh, the front relaxed. It goes to Joe, or it's much closer. Like, bro, Nick's front relaxed is literally the best there is right now besides Hottie Chupins. Side tricep makes James looks like he has abs. Yeah, but then you see them in the abs and thighs. It's just like brutal. There's no life on that planet either. There's no sign of intelligent life anywhere. I don't get it either. Nick is just way ahead, at least to me. No, it's to everybody. Because, and there's no way, like, you can spin this. Like, what do James and Joe have over Nick? Joe is just the worst version of Nick, clearly so. And then James isn't even like, he's 3rd and he's in the call out, but he's not even like doing anything, even on the level of Joe. Even though I like him, he's taller, but he's not. I guess his quads are good, but takes so bad people. I want a copyright claim. That's a new one. Brutal. All right. So let's go back to that video. Is there any more videos? Maybe of Patrick. Doesn't matter. Let's take a look at everyone's videos one last time, and then we'll head out of here because Nick just cleared. But stay, and then we'll ask the question. Let me put it in chat. We'll go on for about 5 minutes more, but let me ask you this question. We're going to ask, where is Nick placing this year at the Olympia if he looks like this? Let's see here. Oh, it's now tied. Joe and James are being in second. Oh, it's 45-42. Okay. And a poll. New poll. Okay. How do I want to divide this up? Because I can only do 4. Where does this version of Nick place at the O? I'll put first, second, third, or fourth or lower. I honestly, with how good that version is, I think that's, yeah. Anyway, vote in the poll. I'm very interested to hear what you guys have to say on this one. Let me delete some of these tabs. Okay. So, top 3 minimum, probably top 2, but if the judging is fair, top 1. It's one of the best shapes of the decade, period. Yeah. Number 4 for me, unfortunately, the judging will never let him finish on the podium. Okay. Let me reiterate. Where would you place Nick if he looked like this at the Olympia? Assuming everyone is on. Best Derek, well, we're not going to get the best audience, so maybe not him. Best Andrew, best Samson. Where would you place this version of Nick? Doesn't matter how good he's looking, he's not winning. Only Samson can beat him, in my opinion. Judges hate Nick. Remember, judges are judging Nick will not be top 3. Yeah, so where would you, chat, place this version of Nick? But we'll keep going. Let's look at Charles, and then we'll look at Joe, and then we'll look at Nick. I'm fully on the Nick hype train. We'll put Joe's video up next, but here's Charles. I'm only going to let it run through once. Absolutely, but I've really got to give the side chest to Joe, though. I was skeptical when you said that in your comparison video, but now I completely see it. You got to listen to me. I'm the authority figure in bodybuilding analysis, like it or not. I'm not one of the best opinions. How does Nick not win when he checks off literally every box, bro? You'll see it. Yo, I mean, really, though, if we were betting people, and maybe you are, you probably got to bet on Derek before you bet on Nick, even though Nick trounces, stomps Derek. You know how it goes. So, yeah, you're right, though. It's outrageous. Only the best Samson can beat the best Nick here, and that would be close because we've never seen the best Samson. And Davey's kind of a shape guy, so that means a lot coming from him. Clearly, 2, if Samson delivers the dream physique, number 1 realistically then. Joe's physique is so awesome. Let's go to it now. I mean, you guys can put in chat, where do you think Joe, even with this version, where do you think Joe would place at the Olympia? If judged fairly, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. If judged fairly, I would place him like still top 8, but like judged fairly, I think he's like 12th to 10th. I think they're going to like give the nod to like Tonio and Krizo over this guy. Dan 6th after Hottie. Bro, Dan can take Hottie. If everyone comes in at their best, I would place Nick behind Samson. I have a bias for Hottie too. Yeah, but it's just that one's just too unreasonable at this point because he's getting old. This Joe. This Joe is outside the top 8. Probably top 6. Okay. And then here's that version of Nick. Where would you place this at the 2026 Mr. Olympia? Assuming best Derek, best Andrew, best Samson. Not where do you think the judges will place it. Where would you, the viewer, place it? And subscribe and like for more. I said it again. Subscribe for more because I'm going to have a lot of analysis videos coming out soon with Nick. I'm going to prove to you all, if for some reason you're not on the fence, that Nick is the best bodybuilder in the world. And if he wasn't already, he definitely is now. Best Samson is 1, so I'd put this at 2. I think that's fair. Like if you really admire shape a lot, I think the best Samson can beat this. But overall, I mean, people say shape. I say condition. I say mass, but I can see that. Samson is a genetic phenom, so I can definitely see that. Is this better than his Arnold package? For all intents and purposes, I like it better. It's a bit fuller. I know he's maybe not as dry as the Arnold, but he was already like head and shoulders above everyone condition wise. So sacrificing a little bit of that for a lot fuller quads and just an overall like fuller package, I think is a great trade off. I don't even admire Samson for the shape. He's just so big that he kind of does a Dennis Wolf and overpowers almost anyone. Fair enough. Fair enough. So let's see. Where would you guys place this version of Nick? It looks like the majority of you are saying 50. The 50% are saying first. But then the next most popular option is fourth. Brutal. What a you people. Someone should tell Nick it's a back double biceps and not a hamstring and biceps. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Samson is underrated. Samson is overrated. I think Samson is overrated because I talk to Xavier so much, but I think on the ground he's probably underrated. Yeah, but this comment, everyone boo this man. Yeah, I should have specified at the beginning, but it's whatever. Anyway, I've got some work to do. Expect some Nick videos coming out very soon. We have the Road to the Mr. Olympia series going in full swing. I'll be live probably tomorrow. Maybe I will go live for finals tonight. I don't really know. I mean, it would just be to like hang out or whatnot. I think we all know who won this, but I'll probably be live tomorrow. We'll be live Tuesday, 7 p.m. to continue our best of the top 20 bodybuilders series. We're going to be ranking the decade of the 2000s. We're going to be ranking 2000s bodybuilders and a lot more content coming on this channel. I think the next video you're going to see, probably Nick versus Derek. It's so over. But anyway, guys, I'm going to skedaddle. Make sure you guys, and shout out to Marcus wherever he is. I think he took a very important phone call. But anyways, hit the like button, subscribe on your way out the door. You don't want to miss anything. I will see you all in the next video. Peace.